and welcome to Ages Countdown. I am your host, Cal Ford. I'm joined by co-hosts Noel Garris and Levi Benefield. And boy, do we have a good one tonight. We have a huge game tonight, a rivalry game, in fact, as our matchup tonight is between the Central Red Devils and your Auburn Tigers. This is the second time these two teams have played this season, with Auburn winning the last meeting at Central by a close score of 56-55. That being said, let's start off with the Red Devils. They are currently 14-8 on the season and are currently second in the 7A Area 4 with an in-area record of 2-1. Their last game was on Tuesday, and they lost to Hewitt-Trussville at home by a score of 54-49. And as I mentioned earlier, they have already lost to the Tigers once this season at home by a score of 56-55. All of that being said, what are some things that Central team can do that can spell trouble for the Tigers tonight?
Well, Central has been very up and down on defense this season. On one hand, they have allowed less than 50 points in 8 out of 21 games this season, but on the other hand, they have allowed 70 points or more in 6 out of 21 games this season. So what side of the Red Devils' defense we see tonight will heavily influence the result of this game.
And Central's offense has been pretty good all season, averaging about 64 points per game and scoring at least 71 points 9 out of 21 games, as well as have scored at least 64 points in 6 out of those last 8 games.
Yeah, and looking to get the regular season sweep over Central for only the third time since 2005 is your Auburn Tigers, who are currently 19-2 this season and who are currently first in 7A Area 4 with an in-region record of 3-0. In what has been a great season for the Tigers, what are some things that they should be able to do that Central should take note of?
Well, while Auburn has really found their footing defensively, seeing as they haven't allowed more than 65 points in a game since their overtime win over Hewitt-Trussville, all the byway back in late November, and we talked about Central allowing 70 points or more in 6 games. Auburn has only allowed 70 or more points once, and it was against a Benjamin Russell team who they just beat on Tuesday and held to only 61 points this time around.
And Auburn's offense seems to be peaking at the right time as well, with them scoring at least 72 points in each of the last 3 games, including against Benjamin Russell on Tuesday, in which they put up 75.
And while on paper, at least, Opelika is listed as Auburn's rival, it seems that whenever Auburn and Central meet in any sport, whether it's football, basketball, or baseball, it's always a big game, and B, there just seems to be a little more hate between these two teams the last few seasons as opposed to Auburn and Opelika. So we have talked about some things that Auburn has done well this season. Now, what are some things that the Tigers need to improve on in order to win this game and keep their good season rolling?
Well, one thing Auburn was uncharacteristically bad at this game, especially in the first half, was allowing the opposite players to get deep into the paint and finish easily at the rim. And they cannot afford to be that lackluster against a stronger and more physical Central team.
And on offense, you saw Auburn last game, especially towards the end of the first half, just carelessly throw the ball away at times and not take their time to scan the floor for open shooters, you know? And Central could definitely take advantage of those mistakes at the other end of the floor.
And that will do it for AHS Countdown, but don't go anywhere, because coming up in a few minutes will be the tip-off of the junior varsity men's game brought to you by AHS Mass Media. But from myself, as well as the rest of the crew here at AHS Countdown, we hope that you enjoy the junior varsity men's game, and we hope to see you back here after the game during AHS Game Break for some thoughts on the game and a preview of the varsity women's game.
You know, I'm a person too.
Thoughts of suicide may feel impossible to overcome, but with help and support, you can find hope and meaning. Call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 1-800-273-TALK to speak to a counselor, or visit suicidepreventionlifeline.org. It's free, it's confidential, it's available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And even if it feels like it, you're not alone.
So, I keep hearing how things are getting back to normal. Really? When am I back to normal? What is normal anyway? I can't even remember. Is this normal? Seriously? No. Was this ever normal? please. I think this used to be normal. Then I figured out. Just stop it. So much has changed. No wonder nothing feels normal. But here I am, still standing. A brand new edition of me. This is no time to go back to anything. It's time to go forward and discover the new person I am now. I'm all in. For some great tips on finding your new normal, visit yourlifeyourvoice.org. You look familiar.
Through the years, we've faced events that have challenged our lung health, and respiratory therapists saved lives through them all. We've come a long way since the iron lung, but respiratory therapy remains an essential piece to patient care. Heroically working on the front lines of COVID-19 and its new waves and variants, respiratory therapists save lives, essential to patient care. Take time to thank a respiratory therapist by getting your COVID-19 vaccine today.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This high school gym used to be packed most nights. Not anymore. Do you know why? Because bad behavior by fans, especially adults, has caused a shortage of game officials across the country. You see, without officials, we can't have sports. Don't let this become reality. It's time for a change. Let's bench bad behavior for good.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel. Safely drive that automobile. Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel.
When stress shows up, it can be hard to see. Maybe you can't sleep, or you feel sad and you don't know why. Or maybe it's worse, because stress can knock you down. It can hurt your health and your relationships. If you've lost a job, worry about your next meal, or have trouble making it through the day, we can help. Text STRESS to 211-211 to find a solution.
Some kids never smile. They're embarrassed by their crooked teeth. They want braces like the other kids, but their families can't afford them. Some may even try to straighten their teeth themselves. That can make everything worse. Luckily, there's Donated Orthodontic Services, a program from the American Association of Orthodontists. It helps provide orthodontic treatment to kids and teens whose families can't afford it. For kids who apply, are approved, and are matched with a volunteer orthodontist, it can be life-changing. Their treatment is in the hands of an expert, a licensed local orthodontic specialist who improves their smiles by correctly aligning teeth and jaws. Some kids think they'll never smile again, but Donated Orthodontic Services may help them smile with confidence. To link to the application and eligibility requirements, visit aaoinfo.org.
adventurer, coach, chef, teacher, audience, superhero. If you're a parent, you've done it all this past year. But the one thing you may not have done is take care of yourself. And it's nearly impossible to keep everyone else full of joy if you're feeling empty. At Boys Town, we know that a parent's mental health is important too. So when it's all too much, take a break and regroup. It's a great strategy that puts things in perspective so you can deal with challenges. The review and recalibrate method of self-care helps you see what's working and what's not. Go to boystown.org/stressedout for more great self-care tips for parents. You can even download an ebook to guide you and your family through self-care strategies. Because healthy parents are key to happy families. Boys Town, saving children and healing families.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom, how meth can take control until you find yourself doing whatever meth tells you to do. Before you get there, while you still can, take a stand for yourself. If you feel yourself losing your freedom to meth, ask for help. Accept the help. It's worth it. You have the power to be truly free and be the person you want to be. I know. I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is struggling with meth, call 1-800-662-HELP for 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
Our story was begun by someone else. Our story was often shaped by generations before them. Our story was forged and maybe even defined by the experiences of our childhood. But it doesn't need to be. You can be the author. Learn how at numberstory.org.
My name is Carly, I'm 15 years old and I am a heart recipient. I got my first heart transplant when I was 1.5 years old. I got my second heart when I was 13. When I step out on stage, I think I'm communicating with people. I would like to tell them that I want to make a change in life. Like, yeah, you can have 2 heart transplants, but that doesn't stop you from doing the things that you love. When I get my driver's license, of course I'm gonna say yes to be an organ donor because I've been saved twice. So who says I can't save somebody else? It's just the beginning of a new story.
This gift of life was made possible by an organ donor. Imagine what you could make possible. Learn more and sign up as an organ, eye, and tissue donor. Go to organdonor.gov.
Come on, Ray! Oh, come on! Oh, what a bad call! You have no business being out there. Terrible!
You know, I'm a person too.
hands on the wheel, safely drive that automobile. Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel.
Through the years, we've faced events that have challenged our lung health, and respiratory therapists saved lives through them all. We've come a long way since the iron lung, but respiratory therapy remains an essential piece to patient care. Heroically working on the front lines of COVID-19 and its new waves and variants, respiratory therapists save lives, essential to patient care. Take time to thank a respiratory therapist by getting your COVID-19 vaccine today.
Thoughts of suicide may feel impossible to overcome, but with help and support, you can find hope and meaning. Call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 1-800-273-TALK to speak to a counselor, or visit suicidepreventionlifeline.org. It's free, it's confidential, it's available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And even if it feels like it, you're not alone.
When stress shows up, it can be hard to see. Maybe you can't sleep, or you feel sad and you don't know why. Or maybe it's worse, because stress can knock you down. It can hurt your health and your relationships. If you've lost a job, worry about your next meal, or have trouble making it through the day, we can help. Text STRESS to 211-211 to find a solution.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Some kids never smile. They're embarrassed by their crooked teeth. They want braces like the other kids, but their families can't afford them. Some may even try to straighten their teeth themselves. That can make everything worse. Luckily, there's Donated Orthodontic Services, a program from the American Association of Orthodontists. It helps provide orthodontic treatment to kids and teens whose families can't afford it. For kids who apply, are approved, and are matched with a volunteer orthodontist, it can be life-changing. Their treatment is in the hands of an expert, a licensed local orthodontic specialist who improves their smiles by correctly aligning teeth and jaws. Some kids think they'll never smile again, but Donated Orthodontic Services may help them smile with confidence. To link to the application and eligibility requirements, visit aaoinfo.org.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom, how meth can take control until you find yourself doing whatever meth tells you to do. Before you get there, while you still can, take a stand for yourself. If you feel yourself losing your freedom to meth, ask for help. Accept the help. It's worth it. You have the power to be truly free and be the person you want to be. I know. I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is struggling with meth, call 1-800-662-HELP for 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
This high school gym used to be packed most nights. Not anymore. Do you know why? Because bad behavior by fans, especially adults, has caused a shortage of game officials across the country. You see, without officials, we can't have sports. Don't let this become reality. It's time for a change. Let's bench bad behavior for good.
Our story was begun by someone else. Our story was often shaped by generations before them. Our story was forged and maybe even defined by the experiences of our childhood. But it doesn't need to be. You can be the author. Learn how at numberstory.org.
So, I keep hearing how things are getting back to normal. Really? When am I back to normal? What is normal anyway? I can't even remember. Is this normal? Seriously? No. Was this ever normal? Please. I think this used to be normal. Then I figured out. Just stop it. So much has changed. No wonder nothing feels normal. But here I am, still standing. A brand new edition of me. This is no time to go back to anything. It's time to go forward and discover the new person I am now. I'm all in. For some great tips on finding your new normal, visit yourlifeyourvoice.org. You look familiar.
Adventurer, coach, chef, teacher, audience, superhero. If you're a parent, you've done it all this past year. But the one thing you may not have done is take care of yourself. And it's nearly impossible to keep everyone else full of joy if you're feeling empty. At Boys Town, we know that a parent's mental health is important too. So when it's all too much, take a break and regroup. It's a great strategy that puts things in perspective so you can deal with challenges. The review and recalibrate method of self-care helps you see what's working and what's not. Go to boystown.org/stressedout for more great self-care tips for parents. You can even download an ebook to guide you and your family through self-care strategies. Because healthy parents are key to happy families. Boys Town, saving children and healing families.
Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel, safely drive that automobile. Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel.
My name is Carly, I'm 15 years old and I am a heart recipient. I got my first heart transplant when I was 1.5 years old. I got my second heart when I was 13. When I step out on stage, I think I'm communicating with people. I would like to tell them that I want to make a change in life. Like, yeah, you can have 2 heart transplants, but that doesn't stop you from doing the things that you love. When I get my driver's license, of course I'm going to say yes to be an organ donor because I've been saved twice. So who says I can't save somebody else? It's just the beginning of a new story.
This gift of life was made possible by an organ donor. Imagine what you could make possible. Learn more and sign up as an organ, eye, and tissue donor. Go to organdonor.gov.
Through the years, we've faced events that have challenged our lung health, and respiratory therapists saved lives through them all. We've come a long way since the iron lung, but respiratory therapy remains an essential piece to patient care. Heroically working on the front lines of COVID-19 and its new waves and variants, respiratory therapists save lives, essential to patient care. Take time to thank a respiratory therapist by getting your COVID-19 vaccine today.
Some kids never smile. They're embarrassed by their crooked teeth. They want braces like the other kids, but their families can't afford them. Some may even try to straighten their teeth themselves. That can make everything worse. Luckily, there's Donated Orthodontic Services, a program from the American Association of Orthodontists. It helps provide orthodontic treatment to kids and teens whose families can't afford it. For kids who apply, are approved, and are matched with a volunteer orthodontist, it can be life-changing. Their treatment is in the hands of an expert, a licensed local orthodontic specialist who improves their smiles by correctly aligning teeth and jaws. Some kids think they'll never smile again, but Donated Orthodontic Services may help them smile with confidence. To link to the application and eligibility requirements, visit aaoinfo.org.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our story was begun by someone else. Our story was often shaped by generations before them. Our story was forged and maybe even defined by the experiences of our childhood. But it doesn't need to be. You can be the author. Learn how at numberstory.org.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Come on, Ray! Oh, come on! Oh, what a bad call! You have no business being out there. Terrible!
You know, I'm a person too.
This high school gym used to be packed most nights. Not anymore. Do you know why? Because bad behavior by fans, especially adults, has caused a shortage of game officials across the country. You see, without officials, we can't have sports. Don't let this become reality. It's time for a change. Let's bench bad behavior for good.
When stress shows up, it can be hard to see. Maybe you can't sleep. Or you feel sad and you don't know why. Or maybe it's worse. Because stress can knock you down. It can hurt your health and your relationships. If you've lost a job, worry about your next meal, or have trouble making it through the day, we can help. Text STRESS to 211-211 to find a solution.
Hands on the road, hands on the wheel, safely drive that automobile. Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel.
HiDef Media. I'm your play-by-play commentator, Max Mesman. Hello and welcome to Auburn High Basketball, presented to you by HiDef Mass Media. I'm your play-by-play commentator, Max Mesman, and I'm joined by my color commentator, Taylor Gottney. We are just a few minutes away tip-off between the Auburn Tigers and the Central Red Devils, the JV men's team. And yeah, we're going to go ahead and send it to break, but we'll be coming back to you in a couple minutes with tip-off of the game. I'm going to go check and see. They should know not to put it on us because we're not here. I'm going to go check and see if they have a roster. If not, I'm just going to ask them. And now Central coming back with a quickness, and that's off the side of the rim. And now Lindsay bringing it back for the Tigers. But as I was saying, Central could be Auburn's new biggest rival over Opelika as Hill gets the mismatch but misses it off the front of the rim. Now Central taking it back down the floor quickly. Benson bringing it up for the Red Devils. Passes over to Horace, passes back to Benson. Inside to Williams. Williams gets the and one.
Williams is just a menace in the paint.
This is what I was talking about. I mean, like you said, Benjamin Russell did not have anybody to match up with Hill, either size or height-wise. 6'6" from where we're sitting at. And yeah, Wade Hill, I mean, he's not the biggest guy. He's tall, but he's pretty slim. So as Williams makes the free throw. So Central off to a quick start, 8-1. Now Orr bringing it down the sideline, passed it out to Hill. Hill passes it over to Riddle. Good catch by Riddle. Now Orr trying to drive the lane, but nothing doing for the Tigers. Now Lindsay takes it back from the top. Now Hudson with it on the outside. You don't see that much. That's going to be tipped away, and it's going to be Auburn ball.
Auburn kind of looking like they're rushing right now, just getting a little frustrated with the shots not going down. We just need to slow down and keep at a normal pace.
Yeah, I'm not seeing as much movement as I usually see from these Tigers as Orr breaks wide open, and that's just a bad pass. And now Benson taking it in, great Euro step, and gets fouled.
Central's come out hot and ready to play against Auburn.
Yeah, and Orr with the foul there. And now you're going to see the full team substitution that the Tigers are known for. Coming in is number 23, Mark Basil, number 24, Cole Johnson, number 20, Aaron Gergely, number 34, Raphael Paul, number 13, DJ Ware. And coming in for the Red Devils is number 11, Solomon, and number 10, Wilson. Coming in for Cooper and Horace. Now the Tigers with it. Central in a little bit of a press here, and it worked. And Paul now with it. Paul takes it hard. That's going to be a charge. Yeah. Good job of the Red Devils. That was number 5, Horace. Excuse me, he did not sub out. And he showed why there. A good way to set his feet and take the charge from the big Raphael Paul. The Red Devils doing a good job of moving the ball around. Horace is going to take a three, and that is off the front of the rim. And a good physical rebound by Paul. Yeah, Central with a lot more energy than the Tigers right now, it seems. Paul with it on the outside. Paul, good pass into Ware. That's just tipped away, and it's going to be Tigers' ball. Man, this Central team, they came out ready to play.
Auburn just cannot get anything going right now. I mean, against Ben Russell, I think we were 3 times Central's points in the first quarter by this point.
Yeah, going back to the watching film as Paul. But going back to that Benjamin Russell game, Auburn started really fast and just seemed like the more physical, more energetic team. And the Central said, not so fast. I'm going to be the more physical team in this game as Ware pushes over Griffin there. Now passes it down to Westbury. Now Williams with it on the outside. Passes it back up to Griffin. Some good defense here by Auburn, and that's going to be a travel.
Auburn returning some of that aggressive defense on that possession.
Yeah, that is the best defense I've seen from Auburn this entire game so far. But Auburn already looks gassed. I mean, I'm seeing some players, they're wiping their faces, and I don't know. They got to get something here, though. Paul in the inside, full of energy, and they're going to call it a foul on the floor. And it's going to be a foul on number 1, Benson. Excuse me, that's number 10, Wilson. So Paul going to pass it in for the Tigers. Paul passes it out to Basil. Paul gets it back. Paul takes it hard to the rim and gets it in the
That is
side.
the first field goal made by Auburn this game.
Yeah, and I would say actually Paul might be a better matchup against Johnson than Hill in this game. Obviously, Hill a bit taller.
Paul's just got he's just built.
Yeah, Paul is he's much bigger than Hill is. As you see a block right there, just echoing what I'm saying right there by Paul.
It's almost like Paul heard us, Max.
It's almost like he did. Answered right on cue. Now Central taking it back in. Westbury at the top. Now Auburn with some good defense right now to answer back to Central. Westbury now passes it into Johnson, and that's going to be off Johnson's foot. And as you see, Paul clap his hands right there. He's fired up. Yeah, but defense only goes so far if you can't score, so Auburn needs to get some points here. As you see, Johnson take it all the way, and it's stolen away by Williams. Williams passes it up to Griffin. Griffin just misses the open layup. Now Gurley with it. Gurley finds Johnson. Now Auburn, you feel like they got to slow it down a little bit, going at a rush pace, and Paul just off the front iron. Got to make that shot. He was open. But now Central coming back with it. And number 10, Wilson, trying to get the layup, but doesn't fall for him. And now Tigers coming back down with the ball. Fast-paced first quarter so far. It's already under a minute. Now it's Basil driving in for the Tigers. Passes out to Paul. Johnson trying to take it. Finds Ware. Good pass, and Ware is just unable to finish. And now the Red Devils coming back with it. And Ware with the behind-the-back steal, but that's going to be retained by the Red Devils. And it looks like the Red Devils are going to hold it here.
I think the Red Devils are going to hold it to the last shot here.
And so far, a really defensive game after a quick start by the Red Devils.
Both teams
Auburn
just
only with
looking
3
gassed.
points in this quarter. Now Westbury with it, Cam Westbury. And he just misses it off the back of the iron. That's going to do it for a very quick first quarter. No timeouts. 8-3 is your score by Central over Auburn, 8-3. We'll see you back here after the break.
My name is Carly. I'm 15 years old and I am a heart recipient. I got my first heart transplant when I was 1.5 years old. I got my second heart when I was 13. When I step out on stage, I think I'm communicating with people. I would like to tell them that I want to make a change in life. Like, yeah, you can have 2 heart transplants, but that doesn't stop you from doing the things that you love. When I get my driver's license, of course I'm gonna say yes to be an organ donor because I've been saved twice. So who says I can't save somebody else? It's just the beginning of a new story.
This gift of life was made possible by an organ donor. Imagine what you could make possible. Learn more and sign up as an organ, eye, and tissue donor. Go to organdonor.gov.
Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel, safely drive that automobile. Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel.
That home crowd of Central. Yeah, it was a tough and physical game, just like this one's turning out to be.
Yeah, and as you see, Central already with a turnover there, the missed airball layup. So now Lindsay bringing it back up the floor. As Auburn subbed in people to start off the quarter, as Mike Gunn takes it hard and gets the and one.
That was a great drive by Gunn there.
And that's the best start you could ask for the Tigers. A stop on defense and then possibility for 3 points on offense. As the players in this quarter for the Tigers are number 1, Carl Lindsay, number 2, Tanner Lee, number 4, Mike Gunn, number 12, Tyler Woodham, number 15, Kamari Russell, and that's all 5. I don't know why I said it kind of like it wasn't. Then as Mike Gunn finishes the old-fashioned 3-point play. As Griffin has it, and he passes it over. And that's a steal by Lindsay. And it's almost stolen back away, and it will be stolen back away by the Red Devils. That was number 2, Cooper with the hustle. As in for Central, this quarter is number 2, Cooper, number 0, Westbury, number 20, Fair, number 4, Griffin, and number 33, Williams. And Williams with the physical rebound there.
Williams is just a beast in the paint right now. Auburn cannot do anything to stop it. Auburn not even with a true center in the game right now.
That could have easily also been a foul. I'm surprised they didn't call one on Auburn there. And a good tip away by Gunn. So Auburn now looking like the more physical team to start off this quarter. Gunn with it on the outside. Gunn driving in. Woodham now driving in. Woodham just went into the trees there. Couldn't get out. And now Williams with it. Passed it back to Westbury. That's a good pass by Williams. But Westbury just unable to finish. But rebound by the Red Devils. And that's going to be number 2, Cooper with the air shot from 3.
Going back to what you said earlier, Woodham going through trees. Central just so many big bodies, very lanky people. Just Auburn can't get anything in the paint going right now.
Now coming in for the Red Devils is number 12, Ellis, number 1, Benson, and number 5, Horace. So Central with most of their starters back in now is Lindsey trying to get fancy from the outside. Now Lee with it, and Lee can't find a hole. Woodham gets a screen from Russell, and Woodham just unable to finish, but Russell with a physical rebound. Now Lee open from the outside, and Lee is just unable to make it. Man, that three-point shooting we saw against Ben Russell, Auburn just hasn't been able to find their stroke this game.
Auburn getting a lot of offensive rebounds, though. I'm actually surprised. I mean, a bunch of big bodies for Central, kind of hard to get rebounds in this game. Just not capitalizing on open shots right now.
Yeah, outside of Wade Hill, that's a good point. Outside of Wade Hill, we're actually not that big of a team. And so that's a steal by Tyler Woodham there. And he passes it back to Lindsey, and Lindsey trying to get it to Gunn, and that was an ill-advised pass. Gunn was not open. And so teams starting to get a little sloppy here. You're seeing some turnovers back and forth. But you do see that in physical games a lot of times, with teams both playing with high energy in a rivalry matchup like this. As Benson passes it back up to Cooper. Ellis goes to the corner with Horace. Central trying to get inside, but Auburn is saying, no way, sir. We are protecting the paint today. A good steal by Woodham there. And Woodham with a good cut to the inside. Now Gunn from the outside, and Gunn misses it off the front iron. Rebound by Williams. Now Williams tries to get it up to Horace, and Horace somehow still gets that ball, even with the tip by Gunn. So now Central first to double digits in this game. Lindsey passes it down low to Gunn, and Gunn with a step back, and Gunn is unable to finish. And Russell going for the rebound. Good effort by Russell, but that's just going to go to the Central Red Devils.
It's just clear right now both teams really want to win this game. I mean, both teams playing very physical defense. Auburn, I mean, steals galore. Offensive rebounds come in a lot too.
Yeah, Auburn, you can tell what their game plan is, especially with a post player like Williams. And their game plan is not let that paint get open. They want them to shoot it from the outside, and if they beat them with threes, they'll take it. And as you see, Horace missed one right there. And Gunn with a wildcat pass, and somehow tipped to Woodham. Woodham misses it, but a good rebound by
Rebounds coming in key right now, keeping Auburn in this game.
Yeah, so far, like you said, an uncharacteristic habit of Auburn's game, but in tough games like these against a team that you lost to, those can be key, the things that you usually don't do. Now Benson passes it over to Westbury. And Central looking for an opening, but Auburn's not giving it to him. As Westbury shoots the open three, and Westbury just misses it off the front of the rim. Rebound by Gunn. Now Lee with it. Lee passes it outside to Woodham. Woodham with a hard drive. Tries to get the no look to Lee, but it just goes right of him.
Star of this game for Auburn right now would have to be Gunn. I mean, he's gotten just a lot of aggressive rebounds over the big body, number 33. Just coming in key and making some really good passes leading to open shots.
Yeah, with all that aggression, he had to take a break, though, as Auburn's going to sub in four players back as Brandon Riddle, Wade Hill, Brooks Orr, and Ty Hudson all come back in for the Tigers. So the starting lineup is out there for Auburn. And this is the same starting lineup as we saw Tuesday against Benjamin Russell, matter of fact. Wade Hill almost gets a block there, but he still affected the shot with those long arms. And now passes it into open Hudson, and now Riddle from the outside, and Riddle misses it. Wade tries to tip that out, but they're going to say that was off of Williams.
Auburn just can't get the three-point shot going. I mean, in warm-ups, almost every shot was going in. It's just not working right now.
Yeah, but if you're Auburn, you have to be happy that it's not really affecting you that much. You're only down by 2. And Hudson with a physical, and they're going to call, are they going to call a blocking foul? Okay. I thought they called a charge. I honestly thought that should have been no call. I thought he just fell down. So they're going to go call a shooting foul here. Now Hudson's going to go to the line. Hudson, not a great free throw shooter, excuse me. But he makes that one. He proved me wrong. He silenced me. Touche, Ty Hudson. And now with this free throw, Auburn can tie it at 10 apiece. And Hudson just misses that one. So it goes 1 for 2 from the line. Central still with the lead, 10-9. A low-scoring first half, to say the least, right here. As mentioned, trying to get past Lindsey. Horace with the ball in the corner, excuse me. Horace passes up to Westbury. Westbury over to Benson. That's a 3 by Cooper for the Red Devils. Now Orr with it for the Tigers. Passes it over to Lindsey. Hill in the corner, and Hill misses that one. Hill should not be shooting from out there. So now the Red Devils coming back, and a good drive, but a good block by Hill. Oh my goodness. And now Lindsey bringing it back up, and Hudson goes all the way, and they're going to call a foul on Williams there.
Against Ben Russell, we didn't see this type of aggressive defense. I mean, they weren't even covering Hill from the 3, and he made them pay almost like 2 times. Central really picked up on that watch film this week, and they're just playing amazing defense right now. I have to give it to them.
Yeah, you got to give Central their flowers. They are playing the first half to perfection as Hudson knocks down the first free throw. But still only a 3-point game here in the first half. I feel like this one could come down to the wire. And Hudson makes the second one off the front iron. So Hudson heard what I said about the free throw shooting, and he said, nah, I made 3 of my first 4. Now Horace passes over to Westbury. Westbury out to Benson. And Central trying to get that perimeter game going. Passes out to Horace. Horace for 3. Horace misses. Rebound by Hudson. Now just a minute to go in the second half. Your score, Central 13, Auburn 11. Now Lindsey on the outside. Lindsey passes it into Hill. Hill with the turnaround jumper. Hill misses. Good physical rebound by Hudson. Hudson with the shot. Misses. And that's going to be tipped out. That's going to be out on Central. That's going to stay Auburn ball.
No timeouts have been taken this first half. Very surprising, very fast game. I mean, this first half has gone by in a blink.
Yeah. Yeah, what you said is crazy, actually. No timeouts. And that's going to be out off of Central. Coach is letting him play. Only subbing in twice each team. Lindsey passes inside to Hill. And Hill with Williams out should be able to eat, but that is a bad pass, and that's going to go Central's way. And I feel like Central's going to hold this to the last shot with a 2-point lead. But for Auburn, I feel like you actually have to be happy with the score. I mean, you're not making the 3. Wade Hill has been basically a non-factor on the offensive end. But your rebounding and your toughness is what's gotten you to this point through the first half.
I think we can also say the same for Central. I mean, we've been talking about Auburn not making a lot of shots, but Central also struggling from the field. I mean, they've been putting up points in their past few games, and they just aren't doing it right now.
As Lindsay heaves it up, and that just goes off the left side of the backboard. So 13-11 your score. Central Red Devils leading by 2 at halftime. And Auburn so far, like we said, Auburn, they haven't been able to hit the 3, but rebounding has been crucial for them. And then Central as well on the other side haven't been able to make a lot of shots. Both teams playing very tough here. And what do they got to do to come out in the second half and win this game?
Auburn just needs to work on their shooting. I mean, everything else is clicking, the passing, the rebounding, especially the defense, just the aggressiveness. They just need to go in the locker room, calm down, regroup, and just come up with some plays to get some open shots.
Yeah, and for Central, I mean, I say keep doing what you're doing. You seem like they came out and they were the more aggressive team. If they do that in the second half, they come out instantly and start, hitting Auburn with some pressure. I think that Central could win this game. But we'll see you come second half. And, yeah, we're going to go ahead and send it to break, and we'll see you at the tip-off of the second half.
My name is Carly. I'm 15 years old, and I am a heart recipient. I got my first heart transplant when I was 1.5 years old. I got my second heart when I was 13. When I step out on stage, I think I'm communicating with people. I would like to tell them that I want to make a change in life. Like, yeah, you can have 2 heart transplants, but that doesn't stop you from doing the things that you love. When I get my driver's license, of course I'm going to say yes to be an organ donor because I've been saved twice. So who says I can't save somebody else? It's just the beginning of a new story.
This gift of life was made possible by an organ donor. Imagine what you could make possible. Learn more and sign up as an organ, eye, and tissue donor. Go to organdonor.gov.
Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel, safely drive that automobile. Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Adventurer, coach, chef, teacher, audience, superhero. If you're a parent, you've done it all this past year. But the one thing you may not have done is take care of yourself. And it's nearly impossible to keep everyone else full of joy if you're feeling empty. At Boys Town, we know that a parent's mental health is important too. So when it's all too much, take a break and regroup. It's a great strategy that puts things in perspective so you can deal with challenges. The review and recalibrate method of self-care helps you see what's working and what's not. Go to boystown.org/stressedout for more great self-care tips for parents. You can even download an ebook to guide you and your family through self-care strategies. Because healthy parents are key to happy families. Boys Town, saving children and healing families.
Our story was begun by someone else. Our story was often shaped by generations before them. Our story was forged and maybe even defined by the experiences of our childhood. But it doesn't need to be. You can be the author. Learn how at numberstory.org.
Through the years, we've faced events that have challenged our lung health, and respiratory therapists saved lives through them all. We've come a long way since the iron lung, but respiratory therapy remains an essential piece to patient care. Heroically working on the front lines of COVID-19 and its new waves and variants, respiratory therapists save lives, essential to patient care. Take time to thank a respiratory therapist by getting your COVID-19 vaccine today.
When stress shows up, it can be hard to see. Maybe you can't sleep, or you feel sad and you don't know why. Or maybe it's worse, because stress can knock you down. It can hurt your health and your relationships. If you've lost a job, worry about your next meal, or have trouble making it through the day, we can help. Text STRESS to 211-211 to find a solution.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom, how meth can take control until you find yourself doing whatever meth tells you to do. Before you get there, while you still can, take a stand for yourself. If you feel yourself losing your freedom to meth, ask for help. Accept that.
He was just balling. He's amazing. I just can't wait for him to come back and just lift this team up at the end of the year.
Yeah, and then Auburn, their head coach, you're speaking of Coach Ogle talking to us. What's some fun facts you know about him?
I mean, Coach Ogle has been here for 40 years. He's just a legend. He used to coach varsity. He led them to state runner-ups, Final Fours multiple times. He's just a great guy, and we can just talk to him before every game, and he's just so helpful, and he's just an amazing dude. And yeah, I can see why all these JV guys just want to play for him.
Yeah, not a better man to run this Auburn JV team. As Auburn starts off the second half with the ball, and it's kind of interesting right now. They're trying to work out. There's still music playing, so it feels kind of funny. And now they turn that off. And a good steal there by Horace. And Horace taking it all the way, and he finishes strong. So, like I said, Central coming out with that smoke, like they did at the beginning of the last half, excuse me. And now Paul with it on the inside, passes it out to Johnson, and Johnson misses it. And Auburn, I don't think they've made a three yet. Very uncharacteristic as Williams takes it all the way. A good defense by Paul there. Now Gergely passes it over to Ware. Ware passes it to Paul, and Paul tries to challenge Williams, but Williams says, no, sir. Has a good pass there to Horace, and Horace just unable to handle it and travels.
Kind of an interesting lineup for Auburn here. We don't have in our starters to start the second half. It's not usual, but I know Coach Ogle knows what he's doing, so I'm not going to question the man.
Yeah, I actually didn't notice that. Good spot, Taylor. Yeah, Auburn not starting their second stringers for the second half. And that's a steal by Central. And now back. And so Central starting this half off with the first 4 points. And Auburn, it is an interesting choice to start with your bench in the second half. Now Gergely inside passes it out to Johnson. And Auburn, not much movement right now, as Ware was open, and Ware takes the three. Ware misses it. Good rebound by Johnson. Johnson takes it inside and finishes at the top of the key. But yeah, Auburn really struggling right now for the
maybe that
three-point
shot
line.
will get Auburn going there by Johnson.
Hopefully. We will see. Horace passes it down low. Now Solomon with it. Passes it over to Ellis. And that's a steal by Gergely. So Central, a lot of sloppy plays on offense now. We've been seeing at the end of the first half and now going into this half. Now Ware passes it back up to Johnson, and Basil open inside, and Basil knocks it down. And I like what Auburn's doing right now, trying to meticulously wild threes as Paul, that's a steal by Paul. And now Central looks gassed. And Johnson going in for the knockout punch, and Johnson ties it up for Auburn. The first tie of the game since it was 0-0.
First game too, but there by Central.
So Auburn with a good start. Maybe Coach O does know what he's doing, starting with the bench. And we'll be back after commercial break.
It's worth it. You have the power to be truly free and be the person you want to be. I know. I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is struggling with meth, call 1-800-662-HELP for 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel, safely drive that automobile. Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel.
For Mike Gunn. Now Central trying to answer here. It's Auburn with 6 straight points now. And that's a 3, and that is not even close. That shot there by Benson. Woodham with the rebound. Now Auburn looking to get their first lead of the game. Now Lee on the outside. And Lee passed it just outside the hands of Lindsay, and now taking it all the way, that is Benson, and Benson finishes at the rack. So coming out of the timeout, Central first to score. Now Lindsay scanning the floor, trying to find open players. Now Lindsay passes it over to Woodham. Woodham passes it into Russell. Russell takes it hard to the rack, and Russell scores. You were talking about Russell before the game. We actually saw him dunk the ball.
Yeah, well, Max was getting the starting lineup from coach. Russell was just going at the rim, dunking. I mean, I've never seen that from a sophomore.
Especially, yeah, from a sophomore, a JV player, and a player that actually doesn't usually start. Maybe he's the key as Russell's open and the rack again, and Russell scores 4 straight points for the Tigers, and Auburn has their first lead of the game. And now Central trying to answer. Both teams laying haymakers to start the second half.
I don't know what coach told this team at halftime, but they have come out hot and they are ready to win this game.
Yeah, playing for their coach. You love to see it. And now the bench is chanting for Auburn. So all the momentum quickly switching over to the Tigers here. And now a bad pass inside. Russell almost steals it away, but a good play by Solomon to tip it off of Russell. So stay Central ball. And now coming in for Horace and Griffin is number 2, Cooper, and number 10, Wilson. And that's a bad pass by Westbury. Now Central with another turnover. I think they've turned it over almost every possession except like 2 to start this game. And now Gunn inside, and Gunn just gets caught up, and that's going to be a travel. And Coach Uggle did not like that call by the ref there.
I thought it got tipped.
Yeah, it looked like it was out of his hands before he started walking, so I don't know. But the refs are the professionals, so we'll listen to them. And that's a 3, and that barely hits the front iron. And Central here just starting to get impatient on their side, as you were talking about for Auburn earlier. Now they're just jacking up shots. Now Woodham tries to dart it inside the gun, but it's stolen away by Wilson. Now Wilson trying to go all the way coast to coast. Pass it out to Benson. Benson with a strong take. Pass it back to Wilson. Wilson unable to corral it. And another turnover by Central.
That duo of Russell and Gunn down there is just unfair for these Central guards. I mean, tall, lanky. I mean, they're super athletic. Like they can even dunk.
And one key that you see for Central, they do not have Williams in down low.
Russell again.
And Russell having a great second half of this game so far. Was kind of quiet in the first half, but he's not quiet in this second half. And now Westbury with the ball. Passes over to Solomon. Now Benson with it, and you see the physical defense there by Gunn. And Central just can't find anything open as that one goes off the side of the rim by Cooper, and they're going to call it out on Central, and that's going to be Auburn basketball.
This arena is starting to fill up for our blockbuster women and men's games tonight. When you look, even the Central side, Auburn side, just filling up with a bunch of students ready to see our women and our men's varsity play.
Both those games was high stakes, but there are some extra high stakes for the men's game because if Auburn wins and Opelika loses to Smith Station on the road, then Auburn will clinch the area title. And Russell finishes with the and one, and he's hyped up. I'm hyped up. Oh, I like it here from the Tigers so far. He's about to enter double digits just in this half, in this quarter.
Russell's just a freak athlete. I mean, only a sophomore, only 6'3", but he can get up there. He can do anything. He can rebound, play defense, shoot. He's just all over the court right now, and Central has not found an answer to him.
Yeah, and that was a miss there by Russell on the three-point play, but it wouldn't have mattered because they called a lane violation. And another timeout here by Central. And this crowd and this team, they're hyped up for the Auburn Tigers. And we're going to send it to commercial break, but we'll be back after the break.
Thoughts of suicide may feel impossible to overcome, but with help and support, you can find hope and meaning. Call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 1-800-273-TALK to speak to a counselor, or visit suicidepreventionlifeline.org. It's free, it's confidential, it's available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And even if it feels like it, you're not alone.
The same lineup, and talking about Kamari Russell, who's just started the second half brilliantly, it's sometimes smarter, now thinking about it, to start some of your more athletic and even just to straight up say it, sometimes better players. As Solomon starts off out of the timeout with a good three there. But, you know, Russell, because he could easily be a starter, and you actually compared him to Alan Flanagan for Auburn University Tigers.
Yeah, I mean, Alan Flanagan for the university is just an amazing player. I mean, he can do everything. There's nothing Alan Flanagan can't do, and it's just reminded me a lot of Kamari Russell.
Yeah, and with Flanagan, as you see the step back by Lindsay, just hits off the side of the rim. But I think I would definitely have to agree with that. And also something that Flanagan and Russell have in common is what I'm seeing from Russell right now, they both have high energy. Like you'll see Flanagan with some crazy, you know, one-hand Statue of Liberty dunks. He'll hype up the crowd. And same with Russell tonight. He's the energy boost that this Auburn team definitely needed.
I mean, it seemed like at halftime all the momentum was just over Central, and just Russell has switched that around.
As Solomon misses the first free throw, but Central definitely not out of it. Still a three-point game. Offense has picked up just a little bit. Still a low-scoring game. Both teams still under 30 points. And Solomon makes the second free throw. So Central now within two, and Lee bringing it up fast down the court, and that's just a bad pass. And now Benson all the way to the rack, and he makes it to make it a tie game. And if I'm Auburn here, I hold this ball. And Central, I like what Central's doing here though too, pressing, because you have 10 seconds left. But Auburn wants to go into the third quarter with at least a tie here. Now Auburn just looking to keep the ball, and Gunn tries to pass it into Russell, and good answer by Central there, because it felt like a 6-0 run to tie it up at 25-25. We're knotted up in a good one here going into the fourth quarter.
Hands on the wheel, safely drive that automobile. Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel.
Back to the final quarter and what should be a great ending between the Auburn Tigers and the Central Red Devils. Now Auburn this game, they still haven't made a three, which was basically their main strength against Benjamin Russell on Tuesday. How has Auburn still been able to keep a tie score with a team that they already lost to this season?
I mean, Auburn, as we see the three there, Auburn has just played amazing defense this game. They've been physical, they've been tough. I mean, that's a turnover there. But back to what I was saying, just the physicalness and the athleticness of all of these players on the team. We have Orr and Lindsay who can just stretch the floor, and they can do anything. They can pass, they can do everything. Auburn just, they need to start making their shots, man. It's just not working right now.
And they're going to call.
I don't know what that was.
I don't know
man.
what it was either. It might have been a illegal screen. But Central is starting off with a 3, and they're trying to set the tone to win this game. Central trying to get the regular season sweep on the Tigers. And now a hard take by Wilson, and Wilson unable to finish. A block by Russell. And now Lindsay passes up to Riddle. Riddle trying to Euro step, and it's tipped away by Westbury, but it's going to stay the Tigers' ball.
Interesting thing, we haven't seen Wade Hill this whole half.
And I talked about it earlier. And we haven't seen Williams either on Central side this whole half. So both these teams taking what is usually their strengths out of the game.
Maybe trying to rest them for the physical fourth quarter we're about to have ahead of us.
Yes, that too is especially. Now Russell on the outside. Russell with a good pass to Orr, and Orr able to finish. Brooks Orr kind of having a quiet game, but now trying to, get it started here in the fourth quarter where it matters. Horace, and that one just rims out, and that's going to be a rebound by Lindsay, and now Lindsay passes out to Orr. Orr for 3. Orr makes it. First 3 of the game for the Tigers, and now you're starting to feel it. You're going to hear this crowd, and wow, what a way to start the fourth quarter for the Tigers here. And he stepped out of bounds. Solomon stepped out of bounds, and now it's going to be the Tigers' ball. So you're seeing, this is like a heavyweight boxing match. I mean, you're seeing haymakers left and right. Central starting the quarter with a 3, and then the Tigers coming back with their first 3 of the game by Brooks Orr, who's starting to heat up this quarter. Good pass into Hudson. Hudson goes physical to the rack, and Hudson makes it. And now Auburn up by 4. I believe this is their biggest lead of the game, and they're going to call a charge. That's a charge on Benson, and all the momentum is going inside the Tigers. I love it here. I mean,
you see it on the bench right now. You see it in the crowd. This place is hype. Auburn trying to get this revenge win.
Yes, this would be a huge win for the Tigers here, because while they don't have an area tournament, you can still finish and win the area. As Central is the best team in the area, but that's a bad pass by Riddle. Now it's passed up to Westbury. Westbury going inside, doesn't go for the layup. And now Solomon for 3, and Solomon airballs that, wasn't close. And now Lindsay bringing it up the floor for the Tigers. Lindsay also having a quiet game. But as you're seeing, Tigers players are stepping up, and that's going to be a foul on Central. I mean, players like Russell, Brooks Orr, all stepping up for the Tigers with their top players, Wade Hill and Carl Lindsay, not having great nights.
Yeah, it's just kind of weird because last game we saw Orr and Riddle just like sharp shooting galore and just draining threes left and right. And it's just not happening this game, but they're still having great games. It's just not in the way that we were used to seeing.
Yeah, and as Riddle makes that first free throw, I mean, that's what good teams do. I'm not going to lie. I mean, Auburn, they are 10-4 on the year, but that is what good teams usually do. If their best players or one or two players aren't having a good night and the other players step up and they still find a way to win. This game's still, up in the air, but for who's going to win, but as you see, Brandon Riddle missing that one, but a good physical rebound by Hudson. Passed out to Lindsay. Lindsay over to Orr, and that shot was kind of ugly from the start. Didn't get any height. And now Central coming back, and Benson with it. And if you're Central, I actually feel like you need some open shots. And that's a 3 by number 3, Walker, and Walker misses it. And they're going to call, looks like they're going to call over the back on Hudson.
Central's just kind of rushing, taking ill-advised threes. They need to just slow it. I mean, we have 4 minutes left, only down by 5. They just need to slow it down and try to get open shots near the hoop.
Yeah, I mean, especially in a stadium that's rocking, arena. And that is a miss, but that is exactly what they should do. And now Riddle open for 3. Riddle misses out the front iron, and another physical rebound by Hudson. Gets it back out to Riddle. Hudson putting in that work down low. And Orr for a long three. Orr misses it. And now that's going to be rebounded by Walker. Walker passes it up to Benson. Benson going inside. Benson misses it. And a rebound now by Walker again. And it's going to be stolen away. And that's going to go out of bounds off of the Tigers.
Gunn in the first half was kind of the rebounding machine, but Hudson right now is just all over the boards down there.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, people stepping up. You know, Ty Hudson isn't usually their biggest scorer, but is always pretty reliable to get some rebounds in. He's showing that tonight. Now the pass out to Walker. Walker for three. Walker misses it off the front, and Russell able to corral the rebound.
Central just jacking up threes right now, trying to get back in this game. I mean, you're only down by 5 with 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Just take your time and try to get some good shots.
Yeah, and if they're not careful, I mean, if Auburn starts hitting their threes, this game could swing Auburn's way really quickly.
Be quiet this game, Max.
And Coach Ogle trying to call some plays for the Tigers from the outside. Now Hudson passes out to Ware, and Ware passes inside to Hudson, and Hudson misses it, but a good rebound by Russell. Russell unable to finish. And then Hudson gets another rebound. Oh, but he just throws it away. And that's going to be Central ball. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy because in JV and all of high school men's basketball, you don't have a shot clock. So you can literally hold the ball and try and get a play. Now, it could drain you down all the way to the last second, but you know what I'm saying. They could take advantage of that.
We see number 33 Williams coming back in the game. First time coming in this game in the second half. Still have not seen Wade Hill for Auburn.
You know what? I love Wade Hill, but I kind of like this move. Russell and Hudson have been the more physical players, as well as Gunn.
And Gunn, all three of them down there. That's just caused trouble for the Central team in the paint.
And they may not have the height, but I like the physicality aspect against Williams. Now Williams going inside. Williams trying to prove me wrong, just misses. Now that's going to go back out for Central. For the Red Devils. Passes over to Cooper. Cooper for three. Cooper misses. And that is going to be rebounded by Central again. And now a tip away, and good hustle by Gunn, but they're going to call a foul on Gunn. Tough foul for Gunn there. But I like the hustle, though. And Central with 2 minutes and 17 here. You're now going to have to start making some shots if you want to get back in this. Now Benson over to Horace. Benson trying to pass it inside to Williams, and Williams able to get it back. Williams goes inside, misses it, and good fight for the rebound by Gunn there.
We need to hold this ball, Max.
They do, and they do exactly the opposite, and Horace gets it and finishes it all the way. Exactly the opposite, right on cue of what you said.
Kind of jinxed the team.
Yeah, and now Riddle passed it over to Hudson, and Hudson, and that's just an ill-advised pass. I mean, you're talking about Central not having to go fast. I mean, even more important for Auburn. Yeah, I mean, you're up by 3 in 1:42 to go with a running clock, with a clock that you can run, and that's
passes going on. Central with the ball now.
And we're going to keep it here for this timeout. I mean, you see Auburn out there. Do they sub in Wade Hill right now?
I kind of like the trio of Gunn, Russell, and Hudson right now. I mean, they've just been playing with more physicality. Wade Hill, great guy, just hasn't been his game today.
Yeah, but they could switch it up on him. You know, Coach Ogle likes to mix and match his lineups the way he chooses. But Auburn here, you know, they need to get this momentum back because I feel like if Central is able to score another bucket, this game could swing very quickly. But Central only with 5 points in the quarter, Auburn with 8. And Auburn's going to keep the same lineup out there, but they are bringing in Wade Hill for Ty Hudson.
Prove me wrong, Wade.
And so, yeah, so if Wade, I mean, he's 6'9", so, I mean, he's the tallest guy out there, but they are going to have him on Williams. And so, Wade.
I do agree with this move by Ogle, though, because Williams has been getting open shots, just hasn't been capitalized. Wade Hill could stop that with his lanky.
Thrown up by anybody. Now Benson passes over to Solomon. Solomon thinking about passing it to Williams. And you see Wade Hill all over Williams right now. Does not want to get the ball to him. Now they get it to Williams. Williams backs down Hill and finishes at the and one.
Great
so there
shot
you
by
go.
Williams there. I mean, he could tie this game up right now.
Exactly. There you go. So, I mean, Coach Ogle's move right there, not, you know, paying dividends, but we still have 1:20 in the game. And could this game go to overtime? Could we see some extra basketball? And that one goes off the front iron by Williams, but a good rebound by Solomon, and Hill affecting that shot. And it's going to be a foul on Central. I think it's on Williams. Push off.
That was a clutch free throw there by Williams. Just a tough miss. Central's got to lock up on defense because Auburn's going to try to hold this ball.
Yes,
for as long
but
as
Central
can.
is going to try and press, and it has worked. They did it early on in the game. And Auburn's got to be able to break it. And Lindsay just left wide open. And I don't know if they didn't see Lindsay, and they passed over to Riddle. And now Auburn going to slow it down. 1:07 to go, and that's a bad pass. Now Solomon with it. Solomon taking it to the lane. Good pass to Morris, and Mike Gunn hitting air, and he seems to be fine. Good toughness there by Gunn. But that's a great play by Gunn, because if he doesn't do that, I think he makes that shot. They're going to call a foul on him, but this is an easy layup
for his points.
Yes, this is an easy layup if he doesn't hustle to this ball. And they were looking at goaltending, I think, but I think that's a good block.
I don't know.
They're
going to
call a foul.
But Wade Hill was subbed out for Ty Hudson there.
And yes, so they're thinking they need a more physical guy down low. And Horace misses the first one. So big free throws here. And now it's going to be to tie the game here. And they're going to sub out Mike Gunn for Brooks Orr, try and get some more shooting in. Do you like that move? Try and sub out defense for shooting here?
I think so, Matt. I mean, I don't know.
And another miss. And now that move definitely, I think, it does pay off, because now if Auburn can score here and basically end it, and he has to get past half court, and he does. Good play there by Lindsay. Now Lindsay going to slow it down. 46 seconds. And Russell on the outside. Russell passed it out to Hudson. Hudson inside to Orr. Orr puts it up, and Orr finishes. So a 3-point game here for Auburn. Does Central hold it to the last shot, or do they play the foul game? And a good timeout here by the Central Red Devils. Auburn up by 3 here. Don't go away. This game's getting good. And, yeah, it's coming down to the last minute for sure. Don't go away. Hello and welcome back to Auburn basketball presented by HiDef Media. And boy, this one has been close all the way through. And Auburn right now holding on to a 3-point lead, but Central with the ball. And do you think they go for 2 and a quick foul, or do they go for the 3?
I mean, high school basketball, no play clock. I think you have to go for a 3 here, Max.
Okay.
Just not some like covered 3.
And they go into Williams, and Williams unable to make it. And good board by Hudson. And Hudson playing his heart out tonight.
Dribble it out.
They're going to foul Carl Lindsay. And if you're Auburn, that's actually who you want at the line. Oh, excuse me. They're not in the bonus yet. Currently, Central with 6 fouls, so 1 more foul. And Auburn has shots. And it's only 8 seconds left is now what I just noticed. And now Riddle with it. Riddle holding the ball. They're not going to be able to foul it. And good save by Lindsay, and Lindsay throws it out. And a wild finish there. And I think they're going to call it. That's game. Wow, so Central not fouling there. And they're going to shake hands and call it game. So wild finish there. Red Devils not able to foul him, and a good throwaway by Lindsay, because if that goes out, they have the ball in 1 second. Well, I can't believe it. Auburn with the 35-32 win. Not how I expected it would finish, but JV men's team able to get to 11-4 on the season, 2-2 in Area 4, and get revenge over their rival Central. What are your post-game thoughts on this game?
Auburn struggled this game. I'm not gonna lie. Struggled shooting, struggled just making their open shots. But in the end, their heart and their physicality and just their hustle won them this game in the very end. And I mean, like you said, smart play by Lindsay throwing that ball away so the game would be over.
Yeah, Auburn definitely showing some toughness here. And that's going to do it for the JV men's game. But don't go away, because coming up in just a few minutes, maybe seconds, is AHS Game Break, where we're going to break down some of this JV men's game and then preview the women's game that's coming up in just a couple of minutes.
Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel, safely drive that automobile. Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom, how meth can take control until you find yourself doing whatever meth tells you to do. Before you get there, while you still can, take a stand for yourself. If you feel yourself losing your freedom to meth, ask for help. Accept the help. It's worth it. You have the power to be truly free and be the person you want to be. I know, I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is struggling with meth, call 1-800-662-HELP for 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
So, I keep hearing how things are getting back to normal. Really? When am I back to normal? What is normal anyway? I can't even remember. Is this normal? Seriously? No. Was this ever normal? Please. I think this used to be normal. Then I figured out, just stop it. So much has changed. No wonder nothing feels normal. But here I am, still standing. A brand new edition of me. This is no time to go back to anything. It's time to go forward and discover the new person I am now. I'm all in. For some great tips on finding your new normal, visit yourlifeyourvoice.org. You look familiar.
Come on, Ray! Oh, come on! Oh, what a bad call! You have no business being out there. Terrible!
You know, I'm a person too.
Our story was begun by someone else. Our story was often shaped by generations before them. Our story was forged and maybe even defined by the experiences of our childhood. But it doesn't need to be. You can be the author. Learn how at numberstory.org.
When stress shows up, it can be hard to see. Maybe you can't sleep, or you feel sad and you don't know why. Or maybe it's worse, because stress can knock you down. It can hurt your health and your relationships. If you've lost a job, worry about your next meal, or have trouble making it through the day, we can help. Text STRESS to 211-211 to find a solution.
Some kids never smile. They're embarrassed by their crooked teeth. They want braces like the other kids, but their families can't afford them. Some may even try to straighten their teeth themselves. That can make everything worse. Luckily, there's Donated Orthodontic Services, a program from the American Association of Orthodontists. It helps provide orthodontic treatment to kids and teens whose families can't afford it. For kids who apply, are approved, and are matched with a volunteer orthodontist, it can be life-changing. Their treatment is in the hands of an expert, a licensed local orthodontic specialist who improves their smiles by correctly aligning teeth and jaws. Some kids think they'll never smile again, but Donated Orthodontic Services may help them smile with confidence. To link to the application and eligibility requirements, visit aaoinfo.org.
Through the years, we've faced events that have challenged our lung health, and respiratory therapists saved lives through them all. We've come a long way since the iron lung, but respiratory therapy remains an essential piece to patient care. Heroically working on the front lines of COVID-19 and its new waves and variants, respiratory therapists save lives, essential to patient care. Take time to thank a respiratory therapist by getting your COVID-19 vaccine today.
Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel, safely drive that automobile. Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel.
Hello and welcome to AHS Game Break. I'm your host, Max Mills, and I'm joined by co-hosts Cal Floyd, Levi Benefield, and Noel Garris. And what a game there between the JV men's Auburn Tigers and the JV men's Central Red Devils. Auburn able to pull away and get revenge on Central, getting the win 35-32 over the Red Devils. What were some things, Kyle and Noel, y'all were actually at the game. What were some things that y'all saw that were, that were pretty interesting?
Well, we noticed during the first half, it seemed to be kind of matching. They would always be ahead by a few points, and me and Noel were fearing that they would never be able to get ahead. But as soon as the second half started, just a few minutes in, it just became electric. What do you think?
Right. What we also noticed is on the defensive side of things, we had a specific formation that we would form. It was kind of like a pentagon kind of thing. We would form in the back near the goal. And I got a little scared because I noticed that the other team started to pay attention to that more and start putting their guys behind their players. But we pulled through.
Yeah, Auburn did pull through. They won 35-32, and a big win, to say the least, over the Red Devils. Yeah. And now, moving into the women's game. Now, both these women's and men's game, varsity men's game, they both have big implications going towards the end of the season. And what are some keys to the game for Auburn Tigers in this varsity women's game to win this game over the Red Devils?
Well, in terms of defense, Auburn was amazing on defense last game, holding Benjamin Russell to only 17 points the entire game. And it was largely in part because of their perimeter defense, which forced the Wildcats to drive inside, where Auburn is just so good at defending the paint.
Yeah, and on offense as well, they controlled the perimeter, as they usually do because of the greater shooters. They have all around their roster that can make it tough for an opposing team to keep up.
And in this game, I think it will come down to which starts off the game fastest, and whichever team takes momentum first will, in my opinion, win this game.
Yeah, now we move into our player profiles, where we will each highlight one player that will be crucial tonight for the Tigers. Who do y'all have as y'all's player profiles for tonight's matchup against Central?
So for me, I'm picking number 1, Leah Toll. She's a sophomore on point guard, and she actually got the starting spot on point guard last game and showed while she may be one of the shorter players on the team, she can play and dominate against anybody, no matter the size.
Well, I have number 15, Daly Also Burke. She's a sophomore too. She's shooting guard, and she might be one of the Auburn's best shooters.
For me, I got to go with number 32, Antoinette Morgan. She's a sophomore center. She's been receiving more minutes due to the injury of Kelsey Andrews, and she has been taking advantage of those minutes and has been a big part of this year's Auburn team success.
And that'll do it for AH's Game Break, but don't go anywhere because coming up in a few minutes will be the tip-off of the varsity women's game brought to you by AHS Mass Media. But for myself, as well as the rest of the crew here at AHS Game Break, we hope you enjoy the varsity women's game, and we hope to see you back here for AHS Halftime for some thoughts on the game.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom. Only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom. How meth can take control until you find yourself doing whatever meth tells you to do. Before you get there, while you still can, take a stand for yourself. If you feel yourself losing your freedom to meth, ask for help. Accept the help. It's worth it. You have the power to be truly free and be the person you want to be. I know. I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is...
on the wheel, safely drive that automobile. Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel.
Junior number 3 who will play guard. It's the Auburn commitment, Soraya Daniel. At guard, a 5'8" senior, number 22, Tate Pearson. And finally, a combo guard running the point guard duties tonight for the Tigers. It's a 5'9" sophomore, number 23, Brooke Coleman. Your leading scorer on this squad is Soraya Daniels, right at 19 points a game. Right behind her, you hear the point guard announce Brooke Coleman at 11.1 points a game. Your leading rebounder, Soraya Daniels, at 7.5 rebounds a game. Christiana Ware right behind. Leading in assists is Brooke Coleman with 3. Caitlin Mitchell right behind her at 2. She's the 7th grade sensation for this Auburn Tiger squad. And then finally, Soraya Daniels brings up 3rd in that order, 1.9 assists per game. We mentioned Auburn is starting to gel now after most of this team was out during the preseason in the Auburn High School flag football state championship run. Had a disappointing couple of weeks back against this Central Red Devil team, but the good news, they responded this past week. They beat Smith Station, then went to the Doghouse in Opelika, got huge nights from a couple of guards in that one. Following that one, they were back inside this very gym this week to take on Ben Russell. They went 3-0 in those games, and now they're ready to get going against the team that gave them their last blemish on the record. Ball is up in the air, tapped, controlled by the Tigers, and we're underway inside Auburn High School gymnasium. Brooke Holman holds it out for him, now shoots this one over to Leah Tolles at the top of the key, and the Tigers will run the offense. Soraya Daniels now with it on the right wing. Central looks to be in a zone, maybe a matchup zone, as Lindsay comes off of her man. Now they'll drop back. Believe Central is going with a switching matchup zone. Leah Tolles with it, now gets this one over to Hallman, almost stole it away. Now Brooke will drive past the defense, top of the key, shoots this one over to Soraya in the corner. Soraya inside to Ware, goes up for the layup and puts it in. Christiana Ware on the board early, 2 points for the senior forward. A pass up ahead to Garrett Griggs by the Devils. Inside to Destiny Johnson, who takes it to the bucket and puts it in the hole. 2-2, Auburn and Central inside Auburn High School gymnasium. 7:10 left to go in the first quarter. Hallman brings this one ahead for the blue and white. Now off to Soraya Daniels, top of the key. Inside to Tolles. 15-footer in the air, no good off the rim. And back to the Devils. Advancing this one ahead is Deloney for the Red Devils. Over to Griggs on the left wing, guarded by Hallman. Now back to Deloney. Back to Griggs on the left wing. Hallman defending her, getting some instruction from Coach Courtney Pritchett. Tried to go inside with a pass. That goes out of bounds off of Destiny Johnson. That will go back to the Tigers. 6:47 left to go, opening period between these two area foes. Hallman will work this one ahead, get a couple of instructions from Coach Courtney Pritchett. 9-4, 2-1 in the area is Auburn. Soraya has this, goes down the lane, put up a shot, no good. Rebound to the Devils. Advancing it up ahead is Jabria Lindsay. She was dynamite for the Tigers. Almost a steal in the backcourt by Brooke Hallman. And they're going to call a double dribble. A double dribble. A nice play by Hallman to distract Jabria Lindsay as she ran by Lindsay just lost control of the ball. Don't think Hallman ever touched it, and Lindsay picked it back up, started dribbling again. That's a double dribble. That'll go back to the Tigers. 6.5 left to go in the first quarter. Tate Pearson with it. Inside to Soraya. Pull up. 7-footer. Good. Soraya puts the Tigers back in the lead. 4-2 Auburn. 6:15 left to go first quarter. Deloney inbounding this one, gets this one into Johnson. Back to Battle over here close to us. Now back to Deloney in the backcourt. Running it ahead is Johnson. Now up to Garrett Griggs in the backcourt. Up ahead to Jabria Lindsay. Takes this one down the left side. Blocked by Christiana Ware. Rebound to Brooke Holman for the Tigers. They're on the run. Tolles down the left side of the lane. Right-handed layup is good! Scoring aplenty so far for the Tigers. 3 different players already with a bucket. It's 6-2. Garrett Griggs on the other end for Central. Shoots the 3 from the corner and buries it. Garrett Griggs, the 2-sport athlete in softball. She's a shortstop. Knocks it down to give Central 3 points and only a 1-point deficit now for the Devils. Soraya has it for Auburn. Now to the wing. Hallman a 3 in the air. Ooh, just long air ball. Rebound out of bounds. That'll go back to Central. Not sure if Brooke really looked comfortable with that shot. Came around the screen, maybe a little adrenaline going here early stages of this one. Deloney has this one. We'll throw this one in for the Devils, and they'll run it ahead. 5:20 left to go. Really good crowd on hand for these two matchups between area foes, and boy, this is an exciting night if you're an Auburn Tiger basketball fan. Griggs has it now, gets this one over to Deloney on the right wing. Takes it down the lane, puts it up on Tolles. Stayed on the rim for about 5 seconds and finally dropped in. Deloney gets the 2-pointer. Central goes back on top 7-6. So important for Auburn to get out to a hot start in this one. They went down 17-0 against Central in Central High. Got it back to an 8-point deficit to end the first quarter, but Auburn has got to put the ball in the basket. Here is a Tate Pearson 3. Just long. Rebound to Christiana Ware, though, for the Auburn Tigers. In some trouble now in the corner, dribbles out of it, right-handed, gets it to Hallman. Hallman, shot fake down the left side of the lane, kick out into the corner. This is Tolles for 3. Good! 5 points for Leah Tolles, a 9-7 lead for the Tigers. 4.5 left to go in the first quarter. Tolles comes up to guard Deloney at half court. Now comes to get her. Tolles playing tight defense. Deloney down the left side, now down the baseline, trying to throw it inside. Couldn't get it in there as that was blocked out of there by Christiana Ware. 9-7 first quarter of action between Auburn and Central women's basketball. Battle out of the game for the Devils. Number 44, Danica Todd, will check in, a 5'8 junior for the Red Devils. Deloney smacks the ball. Gets the play going for Central. Now we'll inbound this one in the backcourt to Lindsay. Lindsay had it tied up with Tolles. Now we'll get it back to Deloney. Oh, a nice dribble to keep the ball moving as he'll get it back to Lindsay. Lindsay down the left side of the lane, put up the layup and good. She is a great player, folks. Jabria Lindsay had 18 against Auburn last time out. Could have been about 25 if a couple more layups had gone down. Lindsay, a really good scorer. Auburn going to have to make sure she's contained tonight. Hallman has the top of the key behind the back dribble to get free with the right hand. Now to Tate Pearson on the right wing and back to Hallman. Hallman will set up the offense. No, now corner pass to Soraya. Daniels drives around the defense. 16-footer. Good! 4 points for Soraya. 11-9. Auburn on top of Central. 3.5 left to go in the first quarter. Deloney walking this one ahead. Leah Tolles at half court guarding her. Now gets this one inside too. That's Johnson. Johnson gives it back to Deloney, taking down the left side of the lane. No good. Rebound to the Devils. Rebound back to Johnson. She put it back up. No good. Put it back up. No good again. A third try. No good again. Now got a 4th rebound, and they'll say she went over the back. Auburn ball. They'll have to rebound a little bit better than that moving forward tonight, but Auburn does get the break out of that. 3:17 left to go. 11-9. Coach Courtney Pritchett not happy with something on the other end of the floor. The Auburn quarterback will work this one again with the right hand. Now over to Tolles on the left wing. Shoots this one around back to Hallman on the right wing. Not a lot of action for the Tigers right now. Now Tolles will cross paint. Soraya Daniels on the right wing was double teamed for a moment. Got it back to Hallman. Hallman in the corner. Pearson a 3 in the air off the back rim. Got her own rebound. No, now lost it underneath. Deloney working this one ahead with the right hand for the Devils. Crossover dribble on Soraya. Now shoots this one to the right side. Got it to Griggs in the corner. Griggs a 3 in the air. No good. Rebound off the hand of Johnson. She'll try to save it back in. No, she stepped out of bounds first. Going back to the Tigers. 2:40 left to go in the first quarter. Breakneck pace between these two squads. Only one foul in this game. Gotta like the clean game so far by these two teams. Allman has it into the corner for Soraya. Left-handed dribble, gives it back to Christiana Ware. A little floater is good from about 7 feet out. Christiana Ware on the board for the Auburn Tigers with 4 points. 13-9, that's your deficit as well. 2:19 left to go in the first quarter. Deloney walking this one ahead on Leah Tolles. Now gets this one inside to Johnson. Johnson at the elbow, guarded by Ware, trying to give this one off inside. No, now she'll choose to drive on Ware. Doesn't have it, kick it back out to Deloney, and the Red Devils will reset. Jabria Lindsay now with it on the right wing. Hair goes down to about her hamstrings. Back over to Garrett Griggs on the left wing. Now into the corner to Deloney. Deloney working it down the right side with the right hand. Now back to Jabria Lindsay. Lindsay has it against Soraya Daniels. This is good on good, folks. Your best on best, one-on-one. Lindsay down the right side of the lane, gets the screen, puts up the shot, no good but a foul. Soraya Daniels, probably your best perimeter defender. Jabria Lindsay, definitely the Devils' best scorer. Fun matchup to watch these two go at it. Jabria Lindsay, senior, Soraya Daniels, a junior, as she makes the first free throw. Lindsay with 3. Auburn will go with the same rotation they've had thus far. Almost played this entire first quarter without a substitution. Second free throw is good for Lindsay, and that's 4 points for her. 13-11, Auburn on top. Hallman has it on the right wing, gets this one back to Tolles. Tolles shoots this one over to Soraya, now into the corner. Hallman, three-pointer in the air. Yeah, rattles it home! Brooke gets on the board with 3. 16-11 Tigers. Deloney has it, works this one ahead past half court. Over to Jabria Lindsay. Soraya in her face. Now gets hair out of her face. And a right-handed dribble by Jabria. Gets a screen from Destiny Johnson. No, chooses not to use it. Goes down the right side of the lane. They'll call it trip. I think they're going to get that one on Tate. She stepped in. Yes, they're going to get that one on Tate Pearson. Tate with her first foul of the evening. 16-11. Jinxing that statistic as I keep talking about it. We may have one of our most frequently fouling quarters coming up next in the second. Deloney has it, trying to get it in. Ball tipped, but into the hands of Lindsay. Takes it down the mid-center of the lane. Blocked out of there by Ware. Christiana has it, up ahead to Brooke Hallman. Hallman with a left-handed dribble to get free. Almost lost it, got it back to Tate Pearson. Now over to Soraya on the right wing. Behind the back dribble. Takes it down the right side. No, now steps back, shoots the 3. Swish! And a 3 in the face of Jabria Lindsay. 19-11 Tigers on top of the Devils. 45 seconds left, opening period of action. Lindsay has it with a right-handed dribble. Now back to Griggs. Griggs over there on the left side gets this one back to Lindsay. Lindsay holds this one, now gives it over to Deloney into the corner for Griggs. Further into the corner to Johnson, trying to go inside. That's Danica Todd who had it, lost it, and Soraya has it. Daniels working it ahead, now gives this one off to Hallman. Hallman, behind the back dribble at half court. Gets it to Soraya, back to Hallman. Hallman thought about the 3, no. Over to Tate in the corner. Tate working it back to the top of the key. Open 3 for Brooke, no. Off the back of the rim. Top and pop shoot from 5 feet. No, but the rebound to Johnson. Johnson, no, got her own rebound again. No, got her own rebound again. No, puts it back up. Fight for it underneath. Who's it going to go to? They'll say jump ball. That'll be Central basketball with 0.8 seconds left to go in the first quarter. I think Destiny Johnson might be about 0 of 10 shooting thus far tonight. And it hasn't necessarily been that they're bad shots. She hadn't gotten the luck of getting a bounce off the rim to go her way. Deloney trying to get this one in. 0.8 seconds. Going to need a catch and shoot by the Devils. There it is. Lindsay put it up. No good as that one falls just short. And Auburn opens up the first quarter with a 19-11 run. Got to like that start as opposed to the 17-0 hole they dug themselves at Central High School a couple weeks ago. Let's get to a break and come right back in 30 seconds on the Auburn High School Sports Network presented by the Orthopedic Clinic.
Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel, safely drive that automobile. Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel.
When stress shows up, it can be hard to see. Maybe you can't sleep, or you feel sad and you don't know why. Or maybe it's worse, because stress can knock you down. It can hurt your health and your relationships. If you've lost a job, worry about your next meal, or have trouble making it through the day, we can help. Text STRESS to 211211 to find a solution.
Is good defense on the other end. They don't allow the Red Devils to get inside. Everything's contested on the inside. They force those long jumpers. Boy, Auburn's been able to play good defense thus far against a really good scoring Central team. I think they got to do better rebound the ball in this half. Right-handed dribble by Brooke Hallman. Now to Alsobrook. Alsobrook a three. Oh, it rolled around and went in. Daly Alsobrook gets it to go. 22-11. How about a first shot and the first three for Daly? 11-point lead for the Tigers, and now a steal by Christiana Ware. Ware working this one ahead, 3-on-2 for the Tigers. To the wing, Hallman a three. Yes! Swish for Brooke Hallman! And a timeout Central. 14-point lead that is. Excuse me. 40. Off your hands and bring it right back on the Auburn High School Sports Network, presented by the Orthopedic Clinic. Dadgummit, Trey. Why is it scratchy when I yell? Dadgummit. (25-11) Auburn on top of the Central Red Devils. Boy, that 17-0 deficit that Auburn fell into last time against Central High School. Boy, that seems like a couple of years ago now, as Auburn's up 14 to this same Central team. Has now come in about 7:20 left to go in the second quarter now. 2 fouls for Auburn, 1 for Central, a 14-point lead for the Tigers, and we're set to go again. Once again, Auburn women's basketball, Auburn High School women's basketball on WE 96.3. Tasia Deloney brings this one ahead for the red and black. Tried to throw it off of Leah Tolles, and that is going to go off of Leah Tolles. Yeah, Deloney had come down the right side, was looking for a pass, didn't look like she had anything, so she threw it off of Tolles. It'll go out of bounds and back to the Devils. 7:07 left to go. 25-11, Tigers on top here inside Auburn High School Gymnasium. If you're in the area, don't forget. Men, probably one of the best starts they've had in this millennium. Actually, it is the second best start they've had this millennium. Up with it is Destiny Johnson inside for Central. She goes right up and puts it in. That'll make up for a couple of missed shots by Destiny Johnson. She's got 4, and it's back to a 12-point lead. Hallman has it past the half-court line, now over to Tolles on the left wing as it gets in the corner. Alsobrook, open 3 in the air. Good! Daly Alsobrook with 2 more, with 3 more, that is. 6 points for Daly Alsobrook. And a 15-point lead for the Tigers. Lindsay works this one ahead with the right hand, gets the screen from Johnson. Now goes left, kicks this one over on the wing 2. That's Deloney. Deloney gives this one back to Lindsay, and the Devils will reset. Right-handed dribble. Now working inside, goes down the center of the paint, gives it back to Johnson. Up for 2, no good. Rebound pulled down by Soraya, big rebound. Daniels up the floor with the right-hand crossover move. Now to Alsobrook. Alsobrook steps behind the line. Another one good! Daly Alsobrook is on fire! 8 points for Daly Alsobrook. They'll say it was a 2, her foot was on the line, but nonetheless, 30-second timeout, 30-13. Auburn on top of the Red Devils. Let's take 30 more seconds and bring it right back on the Auburn High School Sports Network, presented by the Orthopedic Clinic. 30-13, Auburn on top of the Central Red Devils inside Auburn High School gymnasium. This is a 17-point lead, a far cry from that 17-point deficit the Tigers found themselves in against Central High School in Phoenix City just a couple of short weeks ago. Central working this one ahead. Now Auburn trying to close this one out and end a dominant half before halftime. Lindsay has it for the Red Devils, now over to Deloney. Deloney working on the left side. They'll get a foul underneath. They're going to get that on Hallman. Yeah, they will, and I don't know if Brooke knew exactly what she did there. She gives a smile to, I think, her coach, somebody. 5.5 left to go, 30-13. Love watching the reactions of these players on the floor when they get called for a foul. Inbounded. How about that? There's a steal by Brooke Hallman in the backcourt. Working it ahead is Hallman over to Leah Tolles. Now a left-handed dribble to the free throw line. Kicks this one back in the corner to Soraya. Now a crossover dribble working down the right side. Spins, puts it up from about 6. No good. Rebound to Griggs for the Devils. Up ahead to Lindsay. Lindsay working against, oh my gosh, I think 5 Auburn Tigers were around the ball there. Now Deloney has it on the left wing. Takes it down the right side of the lane. Puts it up off the glass. No good. Rebound by Destiny Johnson underneath. Johnson ripping it away, but not before she walked. Johnson had trouble corralling that one at first, just kept kind of falling. Wasn't able to collect herself. So Auburn will get the ball back. Leah Tolles now with it at half court. Working it ahead on Deloney, left-handed dribble over to Alsabrook on the left wing. Now Alsabrook uses a right-handed dribble back to the top of the key to Leah Tolles. Tolles backing up towards half court. Now we'll take it down the right side. Gets into the lane. Gives it to Antoinette Morgan, who's checked in. Put it up for 2. No good. Rebound to Battle for the Red Devils. Over to Deloney, and the Devils will reset. What has helped Auburn to keep their head above water this season? Emergence of who had 22 last game. You also have Leah Tolles, who's played some really good defense, and that'll show you right there. A steal by Tolles. They have the hands of Alsabrook. Alsabrook has it now, gives this one back to Soraya, and they'll say she walked with it before she took a step. Before she took a dribble, that is. Took a lot of steps before she took a dribble. 4:24 left to go, 30-13 your score. Auburn High School women's basketball live on 96W Lee, 63W Lee. Entry pass inside to Jabria Lindsay. Lindsay has it for Central. Central puts it up for 2, no good. Rebound by Destiny Johnson, puts it back up and in. 6 points for Destiny Johnson. It's a 15-point lead again. Soraya works it ahead, calls out some instructions for Tate Pearson. Pearson looking to give her a screen, now does. Soraya dribbles down the right side, puts up the 17-footer, no good. Rebound to Daly Alsabrook. Alsabrook has it baseline, gives it to Antoinette Morgan. Morgan, a jumper in the air, no good. Rebound by Deloney for the Red Devils. They'll go rough ahead. Almost a steal in the back court. And they'll say she didn't go front court, she took a step back towards the back court. Now up ahead to Jabria Lindsay. Layup all the way to the bucket is good. Almost looked like a back court from where we were, but don't think that back foot ever crossed the half-court line. So 30-17 your score, 3:22 left to go. Soraya wanting a screen. Now we'll get it from Antoinette Morgan. And Jabria Lindsay. Jabria Lindsay takes it away. Put an armbar into Soraya. And 2 points for Jabria Lindsay. Coach Morgan Pritchett is not happy about something there. Yeah, that looked a little odd. It looked like Jabria Lindsay stole the ball and then just kind of physicaled her way through Soraya Daniels. Kind of put an arm right in Daniels. Not sure what the, kind of looked like an offensive foul from over here, but didn't have a great look at it as that was right in front of the table. Could have been something different happening. 30-19, 3:11 left to go in the second quarter. We'll leave it here for this one, just only a 30-second timeout. Also coming on strong as of late, we were talking about role players. We were talking about Leah Tolles when she got that steal. She has been much improved this season in rotation duties in the offense. She's also played really well in defensive end. Did have a tumble last week in the doghouse at Opelika. We're told that she didn't really do anything major. She's fine tonight. First time out for these teams, it was a Central offense that got out once again to a 17-0 lead before the Tigers put it in the basket. Tonight, a little bit different story. 30-19 Auburn on top of Central as Hallman runs this one ahead for Auburn again. Here's an open Tate Pearson on the wing for 3, no good. Rebound by Hallman, no, now into Lindsay's hands. Jabria running it up floor, 3-on-1 for the Devils. Takes it down the right side of the lane and scores. Jabria Lindsay, a great scorer, already with 10 points for the Devils. 30-21. Cristiano Ware now with it. Gives this one off to Soraya Daniels. Gives it inside and scores. Soraya Daniels with 2 more. And it's a 9-point night for Soraya. 2:25 left to go in the second quarter. 11-point lead for the Auburn Tigers. Battle has it. Now shoots this one over to Lindsay. Lindsay with the right-handed dribble comes up. Now takes this one down the right side. Puts it up. Oh, blocked out of there by Soraya. Gets it back. Lost it going out of bounds. That'll go back to Auburn. Back to Auburn it goes. 2:09 left to go. An 11-point lead for the Tigers. It is Pearson, Hallman, Alsobrook, Daniels, and Ware. Three ball in the air off the backboard, no good. Rebound to Cristiano Ware. Ware tried to get it out to an open. Pearson couldn't get it out as that was batted out of bounds by Central. That'll go back to Auburn. 1:53 left to go. 32-21 your score, an 11-point lead for the Auburn Tigers inside Auburn High School gymnasium. Once again, Pearson, Hallman, Alsobrook, Ware, and Daniels on the floor right now for the Tigers. They'll throw in close to us over here. 3 fouls for Auburn, 1 for Central. Pretty clean game so far. Pearson will trigger this one in, get it into Hallman in the backcourt. The Tigers are working ahead. 1:50 left to go before halftime. Soraya has it down the baseline. Oh, a spin move. Right-handed jumper in the air. They'll say she walked. I don't know if I saw that one. 32-21 your score. Central will have it. 1:44 left to go before the half in this one. Lindsay will work this one ahead. Been so good for Central this year, scoring to that. Soraya brings this one ahead, gets a screen from Destiny Johnson. Over to the elbow, puts the jumper in the air. Can't get the roll. Rebound to Destiny Johnson. She had it. They're going to call a block with Cristiano Ware standing straight up. Just a tough break for Auburn there as they had played good defense. Destiny Johnson went up, was able to corral the rebound, just kind of tripped and fell down, and leave the call a block on Auburn. Deloney has it to Lindsay. Now to Griggs in the corner. Griggs a 3 in the air. Good. That's not somebody Auburn wants to get into a habit of leaving open. Eight-point lead for the Auburn Tigers. Daly Alsobrook has it. On the right side, gives this one back to Hallman. Hallman a left-handed dribble trying to get free, and Deloney fouled her. Daly Alsobrook, 32-24. That'll make it 34-24. A 10-point lead for the Auburn Tigers. 37 seconds left to go in the second quarter. Auburn trying to get to the halftime break with a double-digit lead. Jabria Lindsay has it for the Central Red Devils. Right-handed dribble down the right side of the lane. Now crossover on Soraya. Oh, a nice pass underneath to Destiny Johnson. Missed the layup. Put it back up. (34-26). That'll be Johnson's 8th point of the night. She can make it 9 with a free throw at the line right here. Foul's going to go on Soraya Daniels. Daniels will get her first foul of the game. Free throw in the air, no good. Rebound by Soraya. Soraya working this one ahead with the right hand. Now left-handed dribble as a crossover. Gives it to Brooke Hallman. Hallman in the corner on Daly Alsobrook with a right-handed dribble. Tried to go inside. No, got it back. Left-handed dribble. Gives this one to Soraya. Soraya around the defense. Spin move. 12-footer in the air. No good off the back iron. Rebound pulled in by Jabria Lindsay. 5 seconds. Now 4. Lindsay working this one ahead with 3. Oh, a steal by Soraya Daniels. 1 second. A half-court shot in the air. Oh, it almost went. It almost went. And that'll be the end of the first half. 34-26, Auburn on top of the Central Red Devils at the half. We need to take a halftime break. When we come back, we're going to talk with assistant coach Scott Bagwell and preview this Auburn High School men's basketball game. High School Sports Network presented by the Orthopedic Clinic.
Thoughts of suicide may feel impossible to overcome, but with help and support, you can find hope and meaning. Call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 1-800-273-TALK to speak to a counselor, or visit suicidepreventionlifeline.org. It's free, it's confidential, it's available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And even if it feels like it, you are not alone.
Our story was begun by someone else. Our story was often shaped by generations before them. Our story was forged and maybe even defined by the experiences of our childhood. But it doesn't need to be. You can be the author. Learn how at numberstory.org.
My name is Carly, I'm 15 years old and I am a heart recipient. I got my first heart transplant when I was 1.5 years old. I got my second heart when I was 13. When I step out on stage, I think I'm communicating with people. I would like to tell them that I want to make a change in life. Like, yeah, you can have 2 heart transplants, but that doesn't stop you from doing the things that you love. When I get my driver's license, of course I'm going to say yes to be an organ donor because I've been saved twice. So who says I can't save somebody else? It's just the beginning of a new story.
This gift of life was made possible by an organ donor. Imagine what you could make possible. Learn more and sign up as an organ, eye, and tissue donor. Go to organdonor.gov.
Our story was begun by someone else. Our story was often shaped by generations before them. Our story was forged and maybe even defined by the experiences of our childhood. But it doesn't need to be. You can be the author. Learn how at numberstory.org.
Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel, safely drive that automobile. Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel.
Hello.
It's just me.
Thoughts of suicide may feel impossible to overcome, but with help and support, you can find hope and meaning. Call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 1-800-273-TALK to speak to a counselor, or visit suicidepreventionlifeline.org. It's free, it's confidential, it's available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And even if it feels like it, you are not alone.
Some kids never smile. They're embarrassed by their crooked teeth. They want braces like the other kids, but their families can't afford them. Some may even try to straighten their teeth themselves. That can make everything worse. Luckily, there's Donated Orthodontic Services, a program from the American Association of Orthodontists. It helps provide orthodontic treatment to kids and teens whose families can't afford it. For kids who apply, are approved, and are matched with a volunteer orthodontist, it can be life-changing. Their treatment is in the hands of an expert, a licensed local orthodontic specialist who improves their smiles by correctly aligning teeth and jaws. Some kids think they'll never smile again, but Donated Orthodontic Services may help them smile with confidence. To link to the application and eligibility requirements, visit aaoinfo.org.
Through the years, we've faced events that have challenged our lung health, and respiratory therapists saved lives through them all. We've come a long way since the iron lung, but respiratory therapy remains an essential piece to patient care. Heroically working on the front lines of COVID-19 and its new waves and variants, respiratory therapists save lives. essential to patient care. Take time to thank a respiratory therapist by getting your COVID-19 vaccine today.
on the wheel, safely drive that automobile. Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel.
So, I keep hearing how things are getting back to normal. Really? When am I back to normal? What is normal anyway? I can't even remember. Is this normal? Seriously? No. Was this ever normal? Please. I think this used to be normal. Then I figured out. Just stop it. So much has changed. No wonder nothing feels normal. But here I am, still standing. A brand new edition of me. This is no time to go back to anything. It's time to go forward and discover the new person I am now. I'm all in. For some great tips on finding your new normal, visit yourlifeyourvoice.org. You look familiar.
Through the years, we've faced events that have challenged our lung health, and respiratory therapists saved lives through them all. We've come a long way since the iron lung, but respiratory therapy remains an essential piece to patient care. Heroically working on the front lines of COVID-19 and its new waves and variants, respiratory therapists save lives, essential to patient care. Take time to thank a respiratory therapist by getting your COVID-19 vaccine today.
You have no business being out there. Terrible.
You know, I'm a person too.
Thoughts of suicide may feel impossible to overcome, but with help and support, you can find hope and meaning. Call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 1-800-273-TALK to speak to a counselor, or visit suicide.
Most of Bria Lindsay with 10. 2 points for Latasia Deloney and 8 for Destiny Johnson. For the Auburn Tigers, on the other hand, 5 points for Leah Tolles, 4 for Christiana Ware, 10 for Soraya Daniels. You had 8 for Daly Alsobrook, 6 for Brooke Hallman, and that is all of your statistics in the first half. 8 minutes on the clock, 34-26 is your score. And we are set to go once again. Third period, 7:57 left to go in this third period. And Central has the ball working from our right to left. Central in the black uniforms with the white numerals and the red trim once again. A 3 in the air by Deloney. Oh, he hit it. High arcing 3 ball by Latasia Deloney. She gets it to go. It's a 5-point lead for the Tigers. This was a 17-point lead in the second quarter for just a moment. Central has fought all the way back. Tolles with it. Now inside to Hallman. Hallman, a nice pass underneath Christiana Ware. Went up off the backboard, no good. Rebound to Ware, now out to Pearson, no good. Rebound fought for underneath, run down by Soraya. They're going to say that went out on Central. A nice play by Soraya to throw that out on Danica Todd. 7:19 left to go. Third quarter, 34-29. Auburn needs a win to move back into a tie for first place with this same Central team. Tate Pearson has it, gives it to Hallman. Hallman stops and shoots the three from the right wing, no good. Rebound by Soraya. Right-handed dribble down the right side of the lane, got both going up and a foul. Give the foul to Jabria Lindsay, her first of the game. And with 7:07 left to go, Soraya, are they going to say that was on the floor? Yeah, we're going to say that was on the floor. So with 7:07 left to go, Auburn will be rebounding underneath their own basket. Hallman will trigger in for the Tigers. Looking for some assistance, now gets it in. Tolles cutting to the basket, puts the layup up, no good. Rebound to Johnson for the Devils. Deloney has it, works this one ahead. Just under 7 minutes now in the third quarter. Lindsay has it on the left wing extended. Working on Soraya Daniels. Daniels stares down Lindsay, now takes this one into the paint. Spin move all the way to the bucket. Tried to drop it off underneath. Into the hands of Brooke Hallman for the Tigers. Auburn works it ahead, 6:47. Long pass ahead to Soraya. Stop. Goes up for the layup. No good. And a rebound to Destiny Johnson. Johnson with it for the Red Devils. Gives this one off to Deloney. 5-point lead for the Auburn Tigers. Left-handed dribble all the way down the lane. Put it up on Christiana Ware and a walk. Deloney thought she got fouled. Ware stayed straight up. No call was given, and Deloney called for the travel. 6:33 left to go in the third quarter. Hallman will call out some instructions for her teammates. Now we'll walk this one up. Right-handed dribble past half court. Get it past half court. Now they do. Hallman will go to the right side, give it to Tate Pearson on the right wing. Pearson with it above her head. Feeds Soraya inside. Spin move to the bucket. Left-handed layup is good. Double digits for Soraya. 36-29 is your score. 6:09 left to go, third quarter. Big, important game for area implications for these teams. Jabria Lindsay down the lane. Blocked out of there by Soraya, but they'll get a foul. 2 on Soraya for the day. And a 7-point lead for the blue and white. Lindsay holds it in her hand, spins up the first free throw. No good, short off the front iron. Daly Alsobrook into the game for the Auburn Tigers. Christiana Ware out. Auburn will go guard heavy here. Tate Pearson probably going to be called upon here to play a couple of minutes down low. Lindsay puts up the free throw, bounces around and in. Jabria Lindsay with 11 on the evening. A 6-point lead for the Tigers. Now the Devils will press. Auburn breaks it. Soraya down the lane, gives it to Leah Tolles. Tolles put it up. No good on the shot, and they'll say out of bounds, I believe, on Destiny Johnson. Yes, it is. That'll go back to Auburn. 5:51 left to go. Tolles took that down the lane, had it blocked. Destiny Johnson was able to run that one down, but I think she had her foot on the line as she was falling out. Pearson underneath looking to inbound this for the Tigers. Christiana Ware back into the ballgame. She'll get Leah Tolles out of there. So Auburn will not go with the guard-heavy lineup here. Tate Pearson has it. Looking, holds it on her hip. Now gets this one in. Soraya right there at the bucket, puts it up and in. 13 for Soraya and an 8-point lead for the Tigers. 5:42 left to go in the third quarter. Lindsay runs this one ahead with the left hand. Working on Soraya. Daniels now gets a screen from Todd down the right side of the lane. Uses the hand to get free. She lost it into the hands of Griggs for the Devils. 5:30 left to go, third quarter. Lindsay has it. Right wing extended. Puts up a 3-ball. No good. Rebound to Soraya Daniels. Daniels on the run for the Auburn Tigers. 3-on-2 fast break. She lost it, and that'll go back to Jabria Lindsay for the Devils. Now Central on the break. Lindsay down the left side of the lane past everybody. Put that one up in the air. Hard fall over there by Lindsay. Hallman. Christiana Ware had blocked the shot and ended up on the floor as well. 5:14 left to go. Jabria Lindsay will go to the free throw line. Believe they'll get that on Brooke Hallman. Hallman, her second of the ball game. 38-30 is your score. Auburn on top. Trying to keep pace in the area. First free throw up and good by Jabria Lindsay. She's got 12 on the evening. And again, Jabria Lindsay just one of the best scorers in the area right now, if not the best. She puts up the free throw and in. 14 for Lindsay. Hallman has it, gives this one to Pearson. Pearson shoots this back across court. Now a pass underneath to Christiana Ware. They're fighting over that one. A jump ball. Arrow will give it back to the Tigers. I think Hallman was actually looking for Soraya at midcourt. Went over her head into the hands of Christiana Ware, who fought for that with Danica Todd. 5:05 left to go in the third quarter. 6-point lead for Auburn. Soraya has it in the corner. Gives this one to Brooke. Right wing extended. Had it over her head. Lost it. Got it back. Now working on Deloney. Now left-handed dribble. Takes this one back. Gets a screen from Tate Pearson. Inside to Soraya Daniels at the free throw line. Daniels between the legs dribble. Step back. 2 in the air. No good. Rebound fought for underneath. That's going to go out of bounds, I think, on Auburn. Yes, and that'll go back to Central. A great shot that time for Soraya, kind of fading away over a defender. It would have been a really great shot if she could have gotten to go home. Hallman, also Brooke, Daniels, Tolles, and Morgan in the game for the Auburn Tigers, who will press in the backcourt. Lindsay has it. Crossover dribble. Works it ahead. Pass Soraya Daniels. Pass Tolles. Pass Hallman. All the way to the bucket. Put it up on Morgan. No good, but a foul. She is so impressive moving through traffic. And Lindsay will get to the free throw line. Lindsay, a bigger guard for this team, but a good shot. A really good driver of the basketball as the free throw goes home. 15 points for Jabria Lindsay on the evening. 5-point lead for the Tigers. Lindsay spins it up there and in. 16 for Jabria Lindsay. 4-point lead for Auburn. Tolles has it in the backcourt, advances this one ahead to Hallman. Hallman has it with the right hand, runs it ahead now into the corner. Also, Brooke thought about the three. No. Now we'll get it back out to Brooke. Hallman, a 3 in the air. No good off the rim. Rebound fought for. Antoinette Morgan almost had it, but into the hands of Central. Deloney runs this one ahead, left-handed dribble now across over at half court. Takes it to the left wing, all the way home. And a steal by Antoinette Morgan. Oh, a nice job by Morgan to get her mitts on that one. Excuse me, Antoinette. 4:10 left to go, 38-34 lead for the Tigers. Leah Tolles, oh, she steps into a 3, no good. And rebound to Jabria Lindsay. Lindsay out ahead of the break, running with Soraya Daniels, takes it all the way in, and the layup is good. Soraya Daniels right there on her like glue, just couldn't get the shot blocked. Soraya up ahead, now to Daly. 3 ball in the air, bouncing around on the rim, no rebound underneath to Deloney. Central can tie or take the lead. Lindsay has it right wing, now down the right side of the lane, puts up the layup and good. There's just no answer for Jabria Lindsay right now by this Auburn Tiger squad. 38-38, 8-0 run for Central. Auburn needs a bucket. And a timeout by Courtney Pritchett. Jabria Lindsay, 18 points for the senior guard. She has been electric here in these last 2 minutes. We need to take a break. 30 seconds on the Auburn High School Sports Network. We'll come right back to give you the second half of this third period right after these messages on the Auburn High School Sports Network, presented by the Orthopedic Clinic. .38-38 your score between Auburn and Central. Oh, a good one brewing as we come into the final moments of the third quarter. 3.5 minutes left to go before the fourth quarter gets going. Tate Pearson, Daly Alsobrook, Soraya Daniels, Brooke Hallman, and Christiana Ware in the ball game. For Central, it's been Jabria Lindsay, and it has been her in a big way. 18 points for the senior guard, the same amount she put up against Auburn last time out. She's looking to extend that point total here. But here is Soraya Daniels for the Tigers. Daniels down the left side of the lane, put up the layup. Good, got her own rebound, went back up. No good, but a foul. Soraya keeping her team, trying to keep her team out in front here with a couple of free throws. Daniels will get a pair at the line. First free throw in the air and good. Soraya knocks it down. Auburn back in the lead. 39-38, Auburn on top of Central. Free throw in the air, no good by Soraya. Now back to Central. Central down the right side of the lane. Lindsay all the way to the bucket again. Just no stopping Tabria Lindsay right now. Down the right side of the lane, 20 points for Lindsay. Into the corner for Auburn, now down one. Gives this one back to Pearson. Pearson on the right wing, drives around a defender, now gives this one inside to Christiana Ware. Ware goes up for two and scores! There you go, Christiana. Auburn back out in front. Central has it, working this one ahead. Deloney throws it over to the right side. That goes over Lindsay. 41-40, Auburn on top. The Central Red Devils inside Auburn High School gymnasium. Gonna need a big, big play from a couple of offensive-minded players down the stretch here as Tate Pearson, Brooke Hallman, Daly Alsabrook, Soraya Daniels, and Christiana Ware are in the ball game now. Now I think we're gonna get a stoppage in play. Coach Courtney Pritchett will come out, will bring a towel. I think they're gonna get some sweat popped up or something. Tell you what, while they do that, in the studio, Trey is our studio engineer. Trey, we'll pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Auburn High School Sports Network presented by the Orthopedic Clinic.
Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel, safely drive that automobile. Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel.
And that is the end of the third quarter. Your score, your Auburn High Lady Tigers 45, the Central Lady Red Devils 42.
Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel, safely drive that automobile. Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel.
Adventurer, coach, chef, teacher, audience, superhero. If you're a parent, you've done it all this past year. But the one thing you may not have done is take care of yourself. And it's nearly impossible to keep everyone else full of joy if you're feeling empty. At Boys Town,
For two, final against the Lady Red Devils, going to the line for one shot for the Tigers is number 3, Soraya Daniels. Checking in for the Tigers, number 2, Christiana Ware. Foul against the Tigers, going to the line for the Devils is number 10, Garrett Briggs for 3 shots. Checking in for the Red Devils, number 54, Jameer McDowell. Timeout, Tigers. This is a 30-second timeout.
Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel, safely drive that automobile. Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel.
Going to the line is number 12, Gabrielle Lindsay. Checking in for the Tigers is number 22, Tate Pearson. foul against the Devils. Going to the line for the Tigers is number 2, Christiana Ware for 2 shots. Check that 1-1. Foul against the Red Devils, going to the line for the Tigers for 1 shot. Number 3, Soraya Daniels. Johnson for 2. Timeout, Tigers. This is a full timeout. Foul against the Red Devils, going to the line for the Tigers is number 3, Soraya Daniels, for 2 shots. Foul against the Red Devils, going to the line for the Tigers is number 15, Danny Alsebrook, for 2 shots. Foul against the Red Devils, going to the line for the Tigers is number 23, Brooke Hallman, for 2 shots. Timeout Central. This timeout is a full timeout.
HiDefLine.org. It's free, it's confidential, it's available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And even if it feels like it, you are not alone.
They only see the trouble. I know it's hard to carry all the whole blush. Picture me inside the reason real property. No matter how much ever we the struggles I survive. Pray hard for the next promise to hold on. Here we go, so have a choice.
Hello and welcome to AH's Game Break. I'm your host, Max Mesman. I'm joined by co-hosts Cal Floyd, Levi Benefield, and Noel Garris. And what a game there. We've had two great games coming towards the end. And we're just getting started because our last game is the big one, the varsity men's game. But let's talk about this women's one for a second. Auburn getting the win 74-68 over a number 8 team, ranked team. I think that's their first ranked win of the season over Central, who actually absolutely throttled them last time, won by 30 at home. But now let's move on to the big one, the varsity men's game. What are some keys to the game for this Auburn team for them to get a win tonight and clinch a share at least of the area title?
Well, Auburn's ability to rack up blocks and steals and their stingy defense can almost annoy a team into making bad decisions and can lead to chaos that Auburn thrives off of.
And on offense, Auburn is able to make a living off of those bad decisions with fast break points and open three-point shots that they are able to make when the defense is scrambling.
We talked earlier about Auburn being undefeated at home, and trust me, they do not want their first loss at home to be against their rivals this late in the season. So you can expect these Tigers to come out ready to go on tonight, and they will be backed by what should be a huge and loud crowd.
And with that, we move into our player profiles, where we each highlight one player that will be crucial tonight for the Tigers. Who do y'all have as y'all's player profiles tonight for the Auburn Tigers matchup against Central?
So last time, I believe, for the women's team, I picked number 1, and this time on the men's team, I'm picking number 2, Adam Gonia. He is a junior on point guard, and he is one of Auburn's, best catch-and-shoot players. And he is a big part of that lethal perimeter shooting that we've talked about before with the Tigers, and I'm really looking forward to see his performance.
For me, I have number 13, Jeremiah Bowman. He's also a junior, and he's a small forward. He's a great spot-up shooter for his size.
Mm-hmm. And I got to go with number 22, Landon Grubbs. He's a junior center, and he was a great defensive end for Auburn football this season and uses that strength and quickness in the post to get what he wants and rack up the points and boards. Really athletic player.
And that'll do it for H's Game Break, but don't go anywhere because coming up in a few minutes will be the tip-off of the varsity men's game brought to you by HS Mass Media. But from myself, as well as the rest of the crew here at HS Game Break, we hope you enjoy the varsity men's game, and we hope to see you back here for HS Halftime for some thoughts on the game.
Struggling with meth? Call 1-800-662-HELP for 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
My name is Carly. I'm 15 years old and I am a heart recipient. I got my first heart transplant when I was 1.5 years old. I got my second heart when I was 13. When I step out on stage, I think I'm communicating with people. I would like to tell them that I want to make a change in life. Yeah, you can have 2 heart transplants, but that doesn't stop you from doing the things that you love. When I get my driver's license, of course I'm going to say yes to be an organ donor because I've been saved twice. So who says I can't save somebody else? It's just the beginning of a new story.
This gift of life was made possible by an organ donor. Imagine what you could make possible. Learn more and sign up as an organ, eye, and tissue donor. Go to organdonor.gov.
So, I keep hearing how things are getting back to normal. Really? When am I back to normal? What is normal anyway? I can't even remember. Is this normal? Seriously? No. Was this ever normal? Please. I think this used to be normal. Then I figured out. Just stop it. So much has changed. No wonder nothing feels normal. But here I am, still standing. A brand new edition of me. This is no time to go back to anything. It's time to go forward and discover the new person I am now. I'm all in. For some great tips on finding your new normal, visit yourlifeyourvoice.org. You look familiar.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thoughts of suicide may feel impossible to overcome, but with help and support, you can find hope and meaning. Call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 1-800-273-TALK to speak to a counselor, or visit suicidepreventionlifeline.org. It's free, it's confidential, it's available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And even if it feels like it, you're not alone.
When stress shows up, it can be hard to see. Maybe you can't sleep, or you feel sad and you don't know why. Or maybe it's worse, because stress can knock you down. It can hurt your health and your relationships. If you've lost a job, worry about your next meal, or have trouble making it through the day, we can help. Text STRESS to 211-211 to find a solution.
Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel, safely drive that automobile. Eyes on the road, hands on the wheel.
Auburn High School values sportsmanship and is committed to maintaining high standards of conduct for wholesome athletic competition. We ask all in attendance at tonight's game to make that your personal responsibility. Thank you for attending tonight's game, and again, welcome to Auburn High School. Best of luck to our guests from Phoenix City. Tonight, Your Auburn High Tigers face off against the Central Red Devils. At this time, we would like to introduce the starters for the visiting Central Red Devils. Starting at number 1, guard, Dwayne Billingsley. Starting at guard, number 2, Jacoby Hill. Starting at guard, number 5, Bryce Dawson. Starting at 4, number 12, Keon Bird. Starting at 4, number 22, Cam Coleman. Central is coached by Charles Burkett. And now it is time to meet your starters for your Auburn High Tigers! Starting at guard, 6'3", sophomore, number 12, Tabari. Starting at guard, 5'8", junior, number 2, Adam Donia. Starting at 4, 6'4", junior, number 33, Griffin McClay. Starting at guard, 6'3", junior, number 24, Dash Thomas. Starting at guard, 5'9", senior, number 1, John Moore. Already coached by Chris Grant, Scott Bagwell, Devin Ogle, Martin Jackson, and George Shanley. Your Auburn High season record is 19-2. Tigers is number 11, Trey Clinton. Number 3, Bradley Pearson. Number 22, Landon Grubbs. And number 5, Ryan Kim. Foul against the Tigers going to the line for the Red Devils is number 2, Kobe Hill for 2 shots. Checking in for the Tigers is number 4, Jordan Franklin. Foul against the Tigers. Going to the line for the Devils is number 1, Brady Billingsley for 2 shots. Checking in for the Devils is number 4, Willie Townsend. Against Central going to the line for the Tigers is number 1, Jakar for 2 shots. 5, Bryce Dawson, and number 14, Ty Morgan. And that is the end of the first quarter. Your score, your Auburn High Tigers 10, Central 15.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom, how meth can take control until you find yourself doing whatever meth tells you to do. Before you get there, while you still can, take a stand for yourself. If you feel yourself losing your freedom to meth, ask for help. Accept the help. It's worth it. You have the power to be truly free and be the person you want to be. I know, I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is struggling with meth, call 1-800-662-HELP for 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
Checking in for the Tigers, number 2, Adam Droney. Checking in for the Tigers is number 24, Ash Thomas. Number 23, Solomon Fellows. Number 12, Tamari Allen. Going to the line for the Tigers is number 23, Solomon Fellows, for one shot. Checking in for the Tigers, number 55, Zion Fletcher. Hill for two. Foul against Central, going to the line for the Tigers is number 24, Dash Thomas, for two shots. Checking in for the Tigers is number 33, Griffin McLean. Thomas for two. Checking in for the Tigers is number 2, Adam Gonian. Checking in for Central is number 20, Jonah Jones. Billingsley for 2. Foul against Central, going to the line for the Tigers for 2 shots is number 24, Dash Thomas. Checking in for the Tigers is number 13, Jeremiah Bowman. Number 11, Trey Fletcher. And number 4, Jordan Franklin. Checking in for Central is number 14, Ty Morgan. Checking in for the Tigers is number 3, Bradley Pearson. And that is the end of the first half. Your score, your Auburn High Tigers 20, Central 23.
Hello and welcome to HS Halftime. I'm your host, Max Husband. I'm joined by co-hosts Taylor Gottney and Levi Benefield. And once again, another close game. We expected this from all of our games tonight, and this one is no doubt one of the closest and one of the most looked forward to games of the night. So, speaking of which, Auburn is leading 31-27 at halftime. What would you say are some takeaways from this first half for the Tigers, both positive and negative, and how do they win this second half?
I think Auburn has had great physical play. I mean, Central, we saw in Countdown that they're a great offensive team, and they just score at will, and Auburn has done a good job to minimize that and only allowed them to like 20-something points. So I think that has gone really well for Auburn. And I think Auburn has had really good ball movement, allowing open shots, like on the perimeter. They just haven't capitalized on those open looks from three. But they have a really good percentage shots like in the paint. So
yeah, well, I think they started the game off a little sloppy. They could maybe work on a little bit, but they really need to get more aggressive in the paint. They need to go up for those layups when they're open.
Yeah, and on the Red Devil side, I mean, you're coming into a hostile environment. You know, this stadium is packed. It was already packed for the JV game, and now coming into this one, like it's filled to the brim with Auburn fans and Central fans. How have they handled this first half so far, and how can they win this in the second half?
I think Central has actually done a very good job. I mean, they've allowed one of the best scoring teams in all of the state of Alabama to less than 20 points. And that's like really hard to do, especially with this home crowd just backing Auburn up. And I think they've just played great offense, capitalizing on all their open looks. What they could do better is they could have a little bit more ball movement and not settle for contested threes against Auburn. But I think Central's done a really good job so far.
Some negatives for Central is they're really letting Auburn score, and they really need to work on just stopping them. They're keeping a good lead, but they have to stop them from going in when they are.
And that's going to do it for HiDef halftime. I hope you all enjoyed, but don't go anywhere because coming up is the second half of the Auburn Central varsity men's game. But that'll do it from us at HiDef halftime. We hope you all enjoyed. Coming up, sorry, had get a little bit of chuckle out, but this is going to be your second half of Auburn versus Central. We'll see you back here for HiDef's final for some thoughts after the game.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom, how meth can take control until you find yourself doing whatever meth tells you to do. Before you get there, while you still can, take a stand for yourself. If you feel yourself losing your freedom to meth, ask for help. Accept the help. It's worth it. You have the power to be truly free and be the person you want to be. I know, I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is struggling with meth, call 1-800-662-HELP for 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
My name is Carly, I'm 15 years old, and I am a heart recipient. I got my first heart transplant when I was 1.5 years old. I got my second heart when I was 13. When I step out on stage, I think I'm communicating with people. I would like to tell them that I want to make a change in life. Like, yeah, you can have 2 heart transplants, but that doesn't stop you from doing the things that you love. When I get my driver's license, of course I'm gonna say yes to be an organ donor because I've been saved twice. So who says I can't save somebody else? It's just the beginning of a new story.
This gift of life was made possible by an organ donor. Imagine what you could make possible. Learn more and sign up as an organ, eye, and tissue donor. Go to organdonor.gov.
So, I keep hearing how things are getting back to normal. Really? When am I back to normal? What is normal anyway? I can't even remember. Is this normal? Seriously? No. Was this ever normal? Please. I think this used to be normal. Then I figured out. Just stop it. So much has changed. No wonder nothing feels normal. But here I am, still standing. A brand new edition of me. This is no time to go back to anything. It's time to go forward and discover the new person I am now. I'm all in. For some great tips on finding your new normal, visit yourlifeyourvoice.org. You look familiar.
When stress shows up, it can be hard to see. Maybe you can't sleep. Or you feel sad and you don't know why. Or maybe it's worse. Because stress can knock you down. It can hurt your health and your relationships. If you've lost a job, worry about your next meal, or have trouble making it through the day, we can help. Text STRESS to 211211 to find a solution.
As we get set for the second half action, Auburn High School values sportsmanship and is committed to maintaining high standards of conduct for wholesome athletic competition. We ask all in attendance at tonight's game to make that their personal responsibility. Thank you. Foul against the Tigers going to the line for Central is number 1, Quade Billingsley, for 2 shots. Foul against Central going to the line for the Tigers is number 1, Jakar, for 2 shots. 30-second timeout. Hill, the team. Checking in for the Tigers is number 3, Bradley Pearson, and number 5, Ryan Kim. Against the Tigers, going to the line for 2 shots at number 1, Craig Billington. Hill for 3. Foul against Central, going to the line for the Tigers is number 5, Ryan Kim, for 2 shots. Checking in for the Tigers is number 4, Jordan Franklin. Checking in for Central is number 20, Jonah Jones. Checking in for Central is number 14, Ty Morgan. Foul against the Tigers, going to the line for Central is number 20, Jonah Jones. Checking in for Central is number 4, Willie Townsend. And number 12, Keon Burns. And then at the end of the third quarter, your score, Auburn High 35, Central 38.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom, how meth can take control until you find yourself doing whatever meth tells you to do. Before you get there, while you still can, take a stand for yourself. If you feel yourself losing your freedom to meth, ask for help. Accept the help. It's worth it. You have the power to be truly free and be the person you want to be. I know, I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is struggling with meth, call 1-800-662-HELP for 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
Foul against Central, going to the line for the Tigers for 2 shots is number 4, Jordan Franklin. Foul against the Tigers, going to the line for Central for 2 shots is number 2, Jacoby Hill. Checking in for the Tigers is number 12, Tamari Allen, and number 33, Griffin McLean. 2. Foul against Central going to the line for 1-1 for the Tigers is number 33, Griffin McLean. Checking in for Central is number 22, Cam Coleman. Checking in for the Tigers is number 24, Dash Thomas, and number 5, Brian Kim. Checking in for Central is number 20, Jonah Jones. Checking in for Central is number 10, Amari Griffin. Foul against Central, going to the line for the Tigers for 2 shots, number 24, Ash Thomas. Checking in for the Tigers is number 11, Trey Flesher, and number 4, Jordan Franklin. Foul against the Tigers, going to the line for Central's number 1, Quay Billingsley, for 2 shots. Checking in for the Tigers is number 2, Adam Goldman. Timeout, Auburn. This is a full timeout. And mark your calendar for the next home game for your Auburn High Tigers. It will be Friday, January 27th against the Opelika Bulldogs. This is senior night. Please come out to support our seniors and the Auburn High Tigers. Timeout, Tigers. This is a 30-second timeout. number 2, Jacoby Hill. Against the Tigers, going to the line for 2 shots for Central is number 20, Jonah Jones. Checking in for the Tigers is number 2, Adam Godian, and number 3, Bradley Pearson. 2, Kobe Hill, for 2 shots. Checking in for the Tigers is number 2, Adam Goldie. Timeout Central. This is a full timeout. Checking in for the Tigers is number 5, Ryan Kim. And number 2, Adam Romeo. Checking in for Central number 10, Imari River. Timeout against Central. Going to the line for the Tigers for one shot is number 1, Jakal. Checking in for the Tigers is number 4, Jordan Franklin. Timeout number 4 for a leading player. Checking in for Central, number 4, Willie Townsend. Timeout, Tigers. This is a full timeout. a full timeout. Also checking in for the Tigers is number 4, Jordan Franklin. Going to the line for Central for 2 shots is number 5, Bryce Dawson. Checking in for the Tigers is number 2, Adam Ronya. Checking in for the Tigers, number 11, Trey Fletcher. safely and go Tigers!
Hello and welcome to AHS Final. I'm your host, Max Moses, and I'm joined by co-hosts Taylor Gottney and Levi Benefield. And boy, what a game, what a day. Auburn getting all 3 wins, 1 in JV, 1 in women's, and, of course, the varsity men's game that you just saw. 61-56 your final score between the Tigers and the Red Devils. And with that, Auburn clinches a share of the 7A Area 4 title. So if Opelika loses to Smith Station tonight, that means that they will host the area tournament this year. But that being said, what are some positive and negative takeaways that Auburn can take away from this going forward?
Auburn played with a lot of heart this game, and the centers played really good in the paint, just like shutting down everything Central was doing. And Jordan Franklin, I mean, he was the spark plug of this game. He led the comeback. And then the offense played pretty good in the paint. We didn't capitalize on three-pointers. But, I mean, Brian with that clutch 3 to tie the game in the fourth quarter. It was just an overall awesome game from Auburn.
Yeah, some negatives from Auburn where they allowed a little too many drives in the paint. I don't know what they were doing. They just weren't that aggressive. And on some offense negatives, they just weren't scoring threes when they needed to that were open.
Yeah, and I just got word, actually, that Opelika did beat Smith Station, so Auburn is currently tied with the Opelika for the lead in Area 4. Excuse me. They're not tied with them, but if Opelika wins out and Auburn happens to, lose a game, let's say Opelika next week on Friday, then they would share the area title and it'd come down to a coin flip. But that being said, let's look at Central. Now, Central, I mean, they came into a hostile environment. They knew what was up, and honestly, they played their hearts out. They forced it to overtime when it seemed like Auburn was kind of pulling away towards the end. But that being said, what can Central take away from this game, positively and negatively, looking forward into what will be a very exciting area tournament?
They were just really good at pressuring Auburn. I mean, they would play a press, they would pressure Auburn, and it would cause Auburn to take a lot of ill-advised shots that just weren't going in. And on offense, they drove by Auburn's guards almost every play. They were getting in the paint almost every play. They drained the three-pointer on that. Like they made it rain from three-point the whole game, and that just kept them in the lead until Auburn sparked that comeback.
Yes, and negatives for Central is they really weren't having fast breaks. So Auburn was just scoring when they were still back there. And I think they really need to work on that, and they need to work on when they need to drive and when to shoot.
Yeah, and that's going to do it for AHS Final. I hope y'all enjoyed. This was a heck of an AHS game day today, if I do say so myself. But that being said, from Taylor Gottney, Levi Benefield, and myself, all of us at AHS Game Day Crew and AHS Mass Media, we hope you enjoyed this AHS Mass Media presentation, and we hope to see you back here next Friday when Auburn, on senior night, takes on their rival Opelika right here on AHS Mass Media.